Mommy, you can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
I only know a few words like Medase, Akwaba, Etise. I always said if I get the chance, I want to play for Ghana because it's my home country.
Which players have made you feel a part of the team?
Andrew, she cares about me.
When you were dropped from the World Cup squad, were you disappointed?
I was very disappointed.
Are you aware we've not won the AFCON in 40 years?
It's very sad, but the whole squad here want to change that. My favorite Ghanaian player, Ola.
Yeah.
Asamoah Gyan. He's the best goal scorer from our country. I want to play for Champions League. My dream is to play in Premier League in England.
What's your favorite Ghanaian food?
Fufu or jollof rice. 2 weeks ago I was in Berlin and eat fufu, and next week I scored.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, I'll firecracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, alpha cracker. I want you so bad, alpha cracker.
I don't me call one kasa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Ejuma bia ye ejuma. E wo said the awankasa obesomu a. Obesomu no e na obehu say sika wo na sika ni.
Ejuma na me ye no minim dia menya wo. Che bia no bokra na. Minim dia menya wo.
Bi baba say obaba de odi ni ko school a. Dachin obeware akotena be ma bi fie. Ntinya de papa bia obeya ma wo. Nti ni mama nyina wa fa yan ko school.
Ejuma we de me kan kwalo. O ye ejuma banka won fa won to no. Metuma ka se me de ku be 1000 pieces be ba. Metuma nya profit be 2000 won.
Obia me ni wa nkola me say ya me hwa de mpo na hye me kawa pono so say me so me wo nipa mu e wanye me hwa de wanye me hwe onye oba fufura na ni bire afo ho oba bi no wa sport to send wa boni ten wa pagya no consume kwa na me ka say ni kombe bu.
This is the hustler story.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
CPP is still the greatest party in Ghana. You know why? Nobody has matched our efforts. I want to be the president of Ghana so that I can help the youth be able to harness and be able to give them the vehicle so that, because political party is the only vehicle that can take you to the reins of power. The Ghanaian youth should be smart today. The two parties can never take us there. If this is the Ghanaian story, then what's the point? What's the point in coming to take the independence? This is not the Ghanaian story. Absolutely not the Ghanaian story.
Showing this Thursday, June 8, 2023.
For this 600,000 Ghana cedis for this week. It pass. I buy stones. I bring excavators. I bring preloaders. I buy big. I bring machines. I have videos there.
I am standing on the last sea defense project constructed by the government to safeguard the residents of the Dansoman Beach from the raging sea. Now to my left is a nearest sea defense project constructed also for the same purpose. Now in between these two defense projects, the land now occupied by the sea used to be homes, playgrounds for residents here at the Dansoman Beach. And to my far right, to what is the remains of a two-story building, used to be a very popular beach resort known as the Overmast 1 Beach Resort. After that are about 5 beach resorts here too, but they've all been forced to either close down or relocate due to sea erosion. Now we'll be engaging residents here at the Dansoman Beach to understand how sea erosion is impacting on their life. Later, I would also be speaking to an expert to know what the government and coastal dwellers can do to safeguard themselves from sea erosion and also to manage the harsh effects of sea erosion. Nikomi, a former professional footballer and the owner of the Overmast 1 Beach Resort, explains the impact of sea erosion on businesses. He laments spending over 600,000 Ghana cedis to relocate and renovate his resort.
6 billion for this 600,000 Ghana cedis for this week. It pass. I buy stones, I bring excavators, I bring preloaders, I buy big I bring machines. I have videos there. I spend a lot. It's a resort, so the government is supposed to help me, because here is the Dansoman Beach, the whole West Africa, the biggest beach. DC, Apu crowd, even the Easter, Apu crowd, the 6 March, the Sun, Apu crowd, any occasion, Apu crowd, but it's not attractive like before. When people come right now, they don't have place to sit, where to enjoy. When they enter, they are just coming to bath. It's affecting us.
Painting a picture of what his resort used to be, Nikomi indicated that about 5 kilometers away from where we stood was a certain launch and football field where visitors used to play football. But today, it is all gone, swallowed by the sea. His business was not the only one affected by sea erosion. He mentioned 5 others that had to close down.
Before we play football there, volleyball, no, the sea is not coming, the sea is far. But because of the defense, so the pressure turned to us. That's why right now, see, the sea is coming. It's chasing us. It's not anything, it's because of the stone. That's why, because you don't have access to that place. So the pressure turned to us. So right now it's collapsing us. Look at my stone. It was far. This place is far. Look at the other side. It was a resort too. That's Dansoman village. Here is a little paradise. That one too is a resort. It's far. So we used to pass here before we go inside the sun. Before we walk to the sea.
How many hotels and resorts used to be here? How many hotels?
We have about 6. About 6. I can mention them. Yeah, we have I'm the Overmast 1 Beach Resort, DC. We have Little Paradise. We have Dansoman Village. We have Jack Kingdom. We have Abriwanana. We have Marseille. We have Soja Bar. We have a lot.
Now I can't see any of the hotels you are talking about.
No,
if you are to point their location so that people understand what really sea erosion is causing you.
Yeah.
Can you point them?
Yeah. Here is Overmast. From Overmast to Little Paradise. From Little Paradise to Dansoman Village. From Dansoman Village, you are going to Shatter City. From Shatter City, you are going to Soja Bar. Then we move to my right side too. My right side too. We have Franco Nero here. From here, we have Abriwanana. From Abriwanana, we have Jack Kingdom. Right now, none of them. He left me. Jack Kingdom, he left his own small rooms. He left 3. By my own, right now, I have 8 rooms. 4 is working now. It's okay. The 4 is working, but at the top, it's not yet. But the one that is here is gone already.
Aside from the collapse of businesses, residents are in constant fear for their lives and property. After relocating 3 times, Ruben Akapu has been rendered homeless by the sea.
This is my room. There's really somebody who a building. The sea conquer everything for this place. You get plenty problems here. I've moved like 3 times. If you look about 50 to 20 minutes, 20 meters, you see the road. If you come out, you closer to the road. If it's about 20 minutes, you closer to the road. So I'll move about 3 times. Whilst I'm talking to you, I'll move about 3 times.
Ni Amu, another affected resident, also shares his story. He called on the government to come to their aid and construct a sea defense.
If you have senior father, no, you mean Nina, be a war, yo, Washia, where you don't sit down and show Eba come because of sea defense and a Fiona, I can't war. Neani will show it is step away, be a Benjamin, be a man, I don't know. Shia P, anything, fit at Shia, fair, complete, ASA tone, you show a common fan, the beer hour. The Okaja face sea defense hour. And what about
to help manage sea erosion and its impact on coastal dwellers, Dr. Philip Jason Kwashiga, a research fellow at the Institute for Environment and Sanitation Studies at the University of Ghana, called on the government to invest in research and provide case-specific solutions.
So yes, we have to look at case-specific. Where it is possible to move people backwards, that should be the best option. Where it will be more costly, then you find a better way of protecting the coast. And now we are talking of nature-based solutions, okay, building with nature. Can we bring in vegetation? Can we put in some, just put in sediments and all that for the coast to operate on its own? Yeah, so those are the options that we have. But each one comes with its cost, each one comes with its disadvantages and advantages. So what we are asking for, we look at it integratively. Let's have an integrated plan for our coast so that we don't just get up, go in, when the community is crying that there is erosion, you go in and put in groins. That doesn't. Government coming in, I would say that we need to look at the approach more holistically. What I see happening more is that having small interventions at specific places where you have not considered the ripple effect on other places. So government should invest more on the research, in the collection of data to really understand the situation along our coast. So eventually we will have a good plan and an integrated plan for the whole coastline of Ghana. So that when we are moving in to do an intervention, we know that this has been properly researched and planned, and we know this is what we are going to do at a specific place. Not just going in to put groins, as is the case mostly now. And like the people are complaining, it has shifted the problem to their side. So they have a right to complain. That
Dr. Jason Kwashiga cautioned residents against human practices such as sand winding and other activities that alter the sediments of the sea.
We should, as much as possible, as coastal dwellers, reduce or if possible, stop the removal of sediment from the coastline. That is something that coastal dwellers can do to help the situation. Okay, they should stop removing sediments from the coast. That will make enough sediment available for the coastal processes to occur without any alarm.
That was my interaction with Dr. Philip Jason Kwashiga, a research fellow with the Institute for Environment and Sanitation Studies at the University of Ghana. We spoke about sea erosion, a phenomenon largely caused by climate change, with key focus on human practices that influence sea erosion and how government as well as coastal dwellers can reduce and manage the impact of sea erosion without degrading the environment. I am Elliot Nweti, reporting for GhanaWeb.
Which
players have made you feel a part of the team?
The most, I would say, Andra Yu. She cares about me. He helps me when I had problems. He talked to me, so he helped me the most.
Hello and welcome to Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafio, and today we're going to interview a young player who is doing very well at club level. He switched nationalities to come in.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang kwai bia wan to nam bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. Mepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and I can. Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang kwai bia wan to nam bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. Mepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. With this send this download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, alpha cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, alpha cracker. I want you so bad, alpha cracker.
I don't make one kasa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Edwuma bia ye edwuma. E wo se dia wankasa obesomu a. Obesomu no na obehu se sika wo na se sika ni.
Edwuma na me ye no minim dia menya wo. Nche bia ne bokra na. Minim dia menya wo.
Bi baba se obaba de odi ni ko school a. Dachi obeware akotena be ma bi fie. Ntinya de papa bia obeya ma wo. Nti ni mama nyina wa fa yan ko school.
Edwuma we de me kan kwalo. O ye edwuma banka won fa won ntom. Metuma ka se me de kugebe 1000 pieces beba. Metuma nya profit be 2000 won.
Obia me ni wa won kola me. Say ya me hwa de mpo na hye me kawa pon so se me so me wo nipa mu e. Wanye me hwa de wanhye me. Wanye me hwe. Onya oba fofura na ni bire. Afo ho oba bi no wa sport to say no wa boni tem apagya no konso. Me kwa na me ka se ni kombe bu.
This is the hustler story.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and
now
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang kwai bia wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so ye unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like menya £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Ejuma bia ye ejuma. E wo said dia wan kasa obesomu a. Obesomu no e na obehu say sika wo na sika ni.
Ejuma na me ye no minim dia menya wo. Che bia no bokra na. Minim dia menya wo.
Bi baba say obaba de odi ni ko school a. Dachi obeware akotena be ma bi fie. Nsenya di papa bia obeya ma wo. Nti ni mama nyina wa fa ya ko school.
Ejuma we di me kan kwalo. O ye ejuma banka on fa on to no. Metuma ka se me de kubebe 1000 pieces be ba. Metuma nya profit be 2000 won.
Obia me ni wa wonkola me say ya me hwa de mpo na hye me kawa pono mu say me su me wo nipemu e wanye me hwa de wanhye wanye me hwe onye oba fufura na ni bire afo ho ba bi no wa sport to sen wa boni ten wa pagya no consum ko na me ka say ni kombe bu o.
This is the hustler story.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
CPP is still the greatest party in Ghana. You know why? Nobody has matched our efforts. I want to be the president of Ghana so that I can help the youth be able to harness and be able to give them the vehicle so that, because political party is the only vehicle that can take you to the reins of power. The Ghanaian youth should be smart today. The two parties can never take us there. If this is the Ghanaian story, then what's the point? What's the point in coming to take the independence? This is not the Ghanaian, absolutely not the Ghanaian story.
Showing this Thursday, June 8, 2023.
Dr. Kwabena Donkor, welcome to GhanaWeb TV.
Thank you.
Honorable, how was your upbringing like, your childhood and your background? How was it like for you?
Well, I'm the eldest of the surviving children of the late Nana Nikwabe Donkor, better known as J.K. Donkor, a farmer, transport owner, businessman. And I had a very normal upbringing in Yeji, where I started from primary 1. I lived with my grandmom until she passed away. And in those days, before the Akosombo Dam, there was the real Volta River. And there was this pontoon across the river that was pulled from either side by a chain. And you had Fulani herdsmen swimming on the back of their cattle across the Volta River as it was then. And a part of Yeji was called Salt Town. And I remember we had electricity then with these huge street lights. Life was simple. My grandmother was a trader. She sold food. She sold foodstuffs as well. And I started class 1 in LA number 2 primary school. So very, very ordinary, like the average rural dweller. Yeji was this small commercial town then. And there was nothing spectacular about my upbringing.
What were your early challenges? At what point did you decide to come to the city? Did you ever, was there any challenge growing up when you were in the rural area?
No, my involvement in national politics, and that was really what brought me to Accra, was as a result of my youthful exuberance in the late 70s and early 80s, when first the AFRC and then later the PNDC came into power, right from the Student and Youth Task Force days all the way to the Projects and Programs Department of the then INCC, Interim National Coordinating Committee of PDCs and WDCs. Incidentally, here in Job 600, then called the State House.
Wow.
Yeah, with Inyeya Yen, Atampugri, Chris Atim, that whole group. Yes. That was really what brought me to the city. At that time, some of us genuinely believed we could change the world. I still have that fire, I still have that passion, the passion for the development of Ghana. And it's always, for me, it's always been about the development of this country. one of the things I've come to realize in life that no matter what you achieve as an individual, whether in academia, whether in the scientific field, whether in business, if your country does not develop, you are not respected. And so for me, the development of Ghana is still my number one dream, is still my passion. And I believe God created me the way He's created me to be an advocate for the development of Ghana, starting from the district or the constituency all the way up. And that is my life story. It's about development. It's about improving the quality of lives of the people. So for me, my priority is nation, party, self, in that order. And therefore, the development of the nation is so key to my being.
Honorable, what was the turning point for you, being a lawmaker? What inspired you? Who was behind your inspiration? How did you get here?
In fact, indeed, I never wanted to be an MP. That was not,
really?
I've been in government longer than I've been in parliament. I'm in my third term as a parliamentarian. Indeed, it was when Professor Mills became the president, he made me a deputy minister for energy. It was from there that I left the ministry to go and establish the Petroleum Commission as the first chief executive of Petroleum Commission. Earlier, I also became the first chief executive of BOST when we set up BOST. And so I've been in government earlier. I was a member of the Confiscated Assets Committee. I was at the PNDC Secretariat. I was at the Castle Information Bureau. Yes. So becoming a member of parliament wasn't one of my ambitions. Mine was to serve at the national level. It was the late Professor Mills, and may he so rest in peace, who told me, Kwabena, why don't you become an MP? And that if he had lived and won the 2012 election, he was going to establish a ministry for petroleum. Remember, I was then chief executive of Petroleum Commission. So he encouraged me to come to Parliament.
Do you have any regrets? And would you say it was a good decision you make in coming to Parliament, or you would have preferred serving the state as a minister, deputy minister, or CEO rather than coming to Parliament?
You see, I believe life serves you with a number of dishes. And it is not an a la carte where you choose what you want to. What life and destiny serves you, take it, make the best out of it, distinguish yourself in that. Becoming a member of parliament is opening my worldview in areas that I would never have seen if I were just a minister or a chief executive. Yes, in terms of responsibility, you'll be far more comfortable as a minister or as a chief executive if you are not a member of parliament, because then you don't have a constituency to nurse. Yeah. But in terms of impacting, especially your locality, becoming a member of parliament is a privilege, an opportunity that should not be missed, particularly if you are development focused.
So, did you face any major challenge within this journey, coming to Parliament, being a minister? Were there any challenges you faced and you almost gave up?
No, as for challenges, yes. You see, you never make omelets without breaking eggs. And for me, God has dealt with me differently. Anytime I've faced a major hurdle, anytime, like I lost my primaries, I'm taking it coolly because I know how God has dealt with me. Anytime one door closes, a bigger door opens. I will never have gone to school to University of Bristol, Lancaster, PhD, MBA, MSc, if I had not been detained in the so-called Kwashiga coup in 1989, late November 1989. I was then a member of the Confiscated Assets Committee. I was with the Castle Information Bureau, young, active cadre. And yet I was picked up.
For doing nothing.
For doing nothing. Of course, I've always been vociferous. I've never minced my words when I believe something must be said. And therefore, I was picked up ostensibly for being part of a coup attempt. Of course, investigations proved otherwise, and I was cleared. And that was the launching part for me to go back to school. Okay. So anytime something has happened to me, you see, there is a silver lining in every cloud. You just have to look for it. Yes, so the challenges have been there when I had to resign as Minister for Power. Yes, it was sad because literally we had finished resolving the issues of load shedding, and every Ghanaian knows that, and yet I had to go. And when I left, what that has brought to me is greater credibility among the Ghanaian populace. So yes, you know, life is not going to be a smooth ride. There will be bumps. But even then, look out for the best in the bumps.
Honorable, because you mentioned it, I know this primaries was a major challenge for you because of how the outcome. Did it come to you as a surprise?
Absolutely. It came to me as a surprise. But again, on reflection, it is a real challenge that we have in our electoral politics, especially in the deprived districts and constituencies. Okay. Do you place emphasis on the development of the area, or you place emphasis on pleasing your branch executives? Not the population, just the branch executives. Because in my case, in Pro East, about 927 people formed our conclave, our electoral college to elect the PC. Do you satisfy this group, or you satisfy the broader population in Pro East? I chose to satisfy the broader population. I don't regret it. I paid the price for it, so be it. Because, for example, one of the arguments was that, yes, you've built schools, you've built CHIPS compounds, you've connected communities to the national grid, you've done boreholes, you've provided water. But all those things were provided for both NDC and NPP supporters.
So they wanted.
So what have you done for me as a branch executive or as a delegate?
And this cost you the election?
Oh, it was all about that, other than some external hands, that's okay. But the core of it was, and a number of MPs have that problem. People come, yes, you've done, helped develop the area, yes, you've done this, you've built schools, you've lobbied for rules, you've done so well in the case of infrastructure. Even in skills training, we've done all that. But for me as a delegate, branch executives, what have you done for us separately?
That was the personal, individual benefits.
Precisely. And for some of us, as I said earlier, my priority is the nation, the party, and self. If the nation develops, we all benefit. If the constituency develops, if we provide health facilities, especially for those of us from deprived districts, if you provide health facilities, you provide electricity, you provide schools, you provide potable water. Look, you have no idea when a woman particularly has to walk 4 miles to the nearest water source after coming from the farm to go and fetch water to come and cook before going to bed. By the time she goes to bed, she's totally exhausted. Yeah. And as I used to tell the farmers, because the woman is totally exhausted, nothing can happen. So
Indeed.
So the husband wakes up the next morning also in a bad mood.
Yeah.
So this is society. And so for me, the development of the area, the physical, the economic, the spatial development, the provision of facilities is core to the work of the MP from a rural area. If you are from an urban area, the challenges are different. And so there is always a clash between the individual. Are you going to pamper delegates so that they will continuously vote for you? Or you're going to develop the broader environment so that come general election, you go to every community, they have something they can look up to.
So that is the challenge. We can right this wrong, because if everybody believes they have to gain personal benefits before they could vote for somebody, it's a big challenge, because it means that they put aside the general development of the constituency to self-benefits. Is this something we should look out for, and how can we make this right?
We should be looking a lot more at education, educating the people. Educating the people, and when I talk of education, I'm not talking of classroom type education, conscientizing the people.
Whose duty is that supposed to be?
The Center for Civic Education, the National Center for Civic Education, in fact, all of us collectively, we must refocus what politics means. You see, if you look at the history of development in the last 50 years, those countries that have made major progress are those countries that are focused not on personal gratification, but on the development of the nation. They have strong internal consistencies. For example, I just got my research officer assistant to pull certain data for me. If you look at Ghana, South Korea, Singapore, Malaysia, in 1962, Ghana was ahead of all of them. GDP per capita, Human Development Index, all through to the early 70s when they started pulling away from Ghana, because unlike focusing on the individual, they focus on developing the national economy. And as the national economy develops, all of us benefit. Yes. But when you concentrate on the development of the individual at the expense of the collective, then there becomes institutionalized instability in the body politic, and that is a challenge.
What was your plan right now that sadly you lost the election? I think it's going to have an impact.
No, first of all, I still have 1.5 years to be a member of parliament. Secondly, I still have to work for my party to win the national election. And thirdly, I can always find something to do. I can go back to the academia, I can go to consultancy, and if my party wins, I could still, my services could still be designed by leadership. And so I just have less stress in a constituency today.
My last question. We have the youth these days who look up to politicians, who are also desperate, thinking coming to parliament is one of the easiest ways to make money. We have a lot of people who look up to you. What are your words of encouragement to these people? How should they go about their politics in a very sane manner?
Politics is not about making money. Unfortunately, that is the perception that some have, and I believe it is an erroneous perception. If you come to politics to make money, you will never make an impact. You come to politics to serve. And in serving the people, you have the appropriate recognition. You will build the appropriate networks that you may later be able to leverage for a livelihood once you've left politics. Politics must never be about making money. Anybody who comes into politics to make money is in the wrong profession. And definitely nemesis will catch up with the person. Come to politics, I advise the youth, and personally I would think that I would discourage people from coming into political office straight from school. I rather encourage people to work, gain some experience, whether in industry, in business, in academia, in entrepreneurship.
Why so, Doc?
What are you bringing to Parliament? You see, if you come to Parliament, especially at the committee stage, the most effective people are people who bring something on board. Okay. For example, when it comes to the energy space, I've been Chief Executive of BOST, I've been Deputy Minister for Energy, I've been Chief Executive of Petroleum Commission, all before becoming an MP. So I bring something on board.
Oh, thank you so much, Honorable. It's been nice talking to you. So I've been speaking to former Minister for Power, Dr. Kwabena Donkor, who is also the Member of Parliament for Pro East. I am Nimatu Yakubu at Oyese, GhanaWeb TV.
Mommy, you basically see my cotoso. Me boga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, alpha cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, alpha cracker. I want you so bad, alpha cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Edwuma bia ye edwuma. E wo se dia wankasa obeso mu a. Obeso mu no e na obehu se sika wo na se sika ni.
Edwuma na me ye no minim dia menya wo. Che bia no bokra na. Minim dia menya wo.
Mi baba se oba ba de odi ni ko school a. Dachi obe ware akotena be ma bi fie. Ntinya de papa bia obe ya ma wo. Nti ni mama nyina wa fa ya ko school.
Edwuma we di mi kan kwala o ye edwuma banka o mfa ho ntom. Metuma ka se me de kubebe 1000 pieces be ba. Metuma nya profit be 2000 won.
Obia me ni wa wonkola me say ya me hwa de mpo na hye me kawa pon mu say me su me wo nipa mu e wanye me hwa de wanhye wanye me hwe onye oba fufura na ni bire afo ho oba bi no wa sport to say no wa boni tama pagya no kon.
Mommy, you fish can see my cotoso. Me poga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Wa Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Of a goodness rich in milk and butter, in Alpha Cracker, yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Ejuma bia ye ejuma. E wo said the awankasa obesomu a obesomu no e na obehu say sika wo na sika ni.
Ejuma na me ye no minim dia menya wo. Che bia ne bokra na minim dia menya wo.
Bi baba say obaba de odi ni ko school a. Dachi obeware akotena be ma bi fie. Ntinya de papa bia obeya ma wo. Nti ni mama nyina wa fa ya ko school.
Ejuma we de me kan kwala o ye ejuma banka o mfa ho nto no. Metuma ka se me de kugebe 1000 pieces be ba. Metuma nya profit be 2000 won.
Obia me ni wa nkola me say ya me hwa de mpo na hye me kawa pono mu say me su me wo nipemu e wanye me hwa de wanhye wanye me hwe onye oba fufura na ni bire afo ho oba bi no wa sport to sen wa boni ten wa pagya no consum ko na me ka say ni kombe bu.
This is the hustler story.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist Cupcake, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist Cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
The Convention People's Party continues to be a very significant part of Ghana's story and its history. But what's the status of that political party now? And of course, we are in the political season. The party is also headed to the polls to elect a leader of the party. I'm referring to a flag bearer going into the 2024 general elections. My name is Echi Atisu, and in this episode of GhanaWeb Election Desk, I speak with the chairperson of Nkrumah's CPP, Nana Akosua Frimpoma Sapon Kumankuma. Madam, thank you for having us.
Wonderful to be here, and it's great because I know that with you, most of the people in the diaspora will get to listen and hear our story. When I was in the US, myself and my daughter, we were constantly on GhanaWeb.
That's a big endorsement coming from you, and we really appreciate that.
Wonderful.
And we hope everything is well. How's work going politically and all of that?
They say country broke or you know broke what? We did inside. So we are all here. But yes, that at this point in our lives, it's very important that everybody gets involved. Just as our father said, as his President Nana Akufo-Addo during his, he says every Ghanaian should not become spectators. We should get involved, all of us.
Very interesting. It's interesting you say that. And I just want to get straight to the conversations. Many believe that Ghana, as it is now, is a two-party state. Is the CPP still as relevant as it used to be?
I can understand, because it just dawned on me that the overthrow, just this past February, 24th February, was the overthrow of CPP, Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah's party. And it just dawned on me that it's been 57 years. Wow. 57 years. So I can understand, especially when the generation like you, and as even maybe your father, who might just be in his early 60s or maybe not even 60, would still be wondering the same question. And I'm sure that before the independence, a lot of people had the same feeling, can Ghana really get its independence? Because we had been going on for a while. Any change for the positive in life is not easy. But the truth of the matter is that it gets to a point where change is necessary. Especially when you keep doing the very same things and you keep getting the results you don't like. And you see that the future and the direction that you are going is not taking you where you must go. You must change. And that is where we are in Ghana.
You've talked about change.
Yes.
I hope I didn't cut you, by the way. You've talked about change. And is that change in reference to, of course, the two-party states, more or less, that we're referring to? Is the CPP the other option that you think Ghanaians should really be looking at?
The two parties have a policy. It's not about the people. Ghana, where we are and where we stand today, in terms of our orientation, our belief system, our actions and everything need to change. But that is not the point, the social change. That's not where I'm even focused on. I'm focusing on the states of Ghana in terms of development and the lives of people, in the lives of people. Access to accommodation, access to health, access to jobs. Those are the things, the basic things that make us all want to travel.
It's interesting. Very, very interesting.
Yes, and that is what I'm talking about. So the change I'm referring to now is the fact that over the years, we've tried to, the policies that can make the change hasn't changed. It's the same policy that has been NPP has been following and NDC has been following. Now, CPP is the party that has been tried before. We have a policy, we have a plan. And if you try other things, there is a reason that in life, there's nothing that happens for nothing. Everything is as a result of something. Okay. When you see major gigantic achievements are as a result of simple minor accomplishments along the way that adds up to become that accomplishment that you see. So CPP has a history, and we have ideals, we have a plan, we have policies that we believe in, we have our manifesto. So until we change what we've been doing, where it's more of a neoliberal policy, where all we do now is focus on the private sector, yet we talk about private sector being the engine of growth, and we forget that private sector that is the engine of growth is the Ghanaian private sector, is the Ghanaian industry. And once you miss that and you just call everything private sector, then it means that all the China malls are private sector. All the gold industry and all the oil companies are all private sector. But have they helped us? All our talk time that is owned by foreign firms are all private sector. That is not what we are talking about. Our policy is simple. We are a Ghanaian-based political party. We brought the independence, and we asked that the colonial invaders leave this country because we believe that the Ghanaian was capable, and that the African is capable of governing himself. Governing doesn't simply mean the access to the funds and you using it for whatever you want. Governing means that improving the lives of the people. And we had said, our father said, that we should be judged as a government by the improvement and access to electricity, water, education, and affordable housing, and quality education.
And that's what the CPP brings us.
And that is what CPP had.
Okay.
And that is what we intend to bring. Where we are today is just a mess, and we all know that. So we have plans, simple plans, that not only are we going to go back to focus on at least being able to consume what we produce here and produce what we consume as a nation. That is not the point. That is not the only thing. But that is our number one focus. Our number one focus is that we would make sure that you, as an individual, I know there's competitive advantage to things in life, and we have to find out which areas do we have that competitive edge, and then focus on that area. But you can't be a nation that everything that you have, except your raw material that you give to foreign firms, that you don't even get more than 10%, maximum 15% of that for centuries. That is what you are going to be based on. The CPP is about the ideology of the Ghanaian being able to be that after the colonization, being able to get out of this new colonization period where we'll be independent, we'll be reliable, self-reliant, we'll be able to grow and manufacture and process. You see, people confuse manufacturing. We're not talking about major manufacturing right from the word go. We're talking about being able to process our cocoa, being able to process our plantain, yam, and things so that we can have them in the lean season and package it so we can export them. Those are the basic things that we must focus on. The same thing that happened in China and other countries. We should be able to process our palm oil. But how do you process something that you have not produced? Today, as I talk to you, go to Commander Sugar Factory, which was done in CPP's time. We have brought in those factories, over 400 factories, including sugar. Today, if you go there, this same Commander Factory, the sword was cut by, in 2014 by His Excellency John Mahama. In 2016, it was inaugurated in 2016 by His Excellency John Mahama. Today, as I speak, 2023, 9 years after the sword, the first stone was laid, we still have that factory abandoned. We still have that factory vacant. The basic question you ask is simply this: how come? The simple reason is because when we had the factory, we also had the sugarcane farms next door. All the areas, miles of them, sugarcane farm that was feeding that industry. Today, they went and still put up the factory, abandoned our old location, put up a gigantic $35 million factory there, and yet not one teaspoon of sugar is coming out of the place.
Is that not a Ghanaian thing? And I'm asking this because if the CPP was in power or was running this country, would that not have been a similar storyline for the CPP if anyone took over the reins of power here?
Absolutely not. If that is the case, then we must well just go back and hand over the country to somebody else. Because if this is our story, if this is the Ghanaian story, then what's the point? What's the point in coming to take the independence? This is not the Ghanaian, absolutely not the Ghanaian story.
So please go ahead.
This is the story of visionless, clueless people who do not have the love of a nation and do not understand the fact that we've been blessed, that we have been created in the image of one God, and that within my spirit and your spirit is this power that when we harness that power, when we give the room for people to be able to maximize their potential, and we can love ourselves and love our nation, we will be able to do what is right for ourselves and for our children. We don't need anything to do that. Listen, the truth of the matter is that we have been conditioned over the years, and looking at them, that's a sad thing I see for the youth today. They've been so conditioned to the poverty and lack around them that it's very difficult to even tell a youth that life can be better, that you can have access to accommodation, that indeed during CPP's time, when we brought in affordable housing, we did 6,700 affordable housing. As of the 6,700 affordable housing, 200 was allocated to the middle income, that is the person working at the bank. 1,500 to lower income, that is the everyday person in the market. And 5,000 was given to laborers. And that is the accommodation that today you see in Tema, you see in South Central, you see in Medina, that people now has become the quality housing for the higher income people. It is not true. Everything is about the human mind. The human mind must be able to believe that it can do something. All the answers are there. You just need to ask the right questions. You, the youth of today, are not asking the right questions.
You are accepting the right question.
Yes, you are accepting what you see as your lot, as if it's what it is. It is not.
Now I want to ask you a question. I hope I get a right answer for it. Now it seems like on paper, the CPP has perhaps the best policies for this country. Why is it so difficult to be able to push that to people like us, the youth, for us to be able to buy into?
Thank you. This is the first time. That is why when I took the nomination, I said the revolution has just started. And it's not a revolution of taking the gun. I'm not asking any young person to go take gun, but I'm talking about reorienting ourselves, asking the right questions, and re-believing ourselves, igniting the spirit of Osagifo within all of us. And that spirit of Osagifo is the spirit of I can do it right and I'll do it best for my people. It's a sacrificial spirit. You know something? Under my administration, you know we haven't gotten there. I will make it so that it will be not attractive. I would just speak like the way our father said. He meant it maybe that he's going to make it, if you want to make money, become a business person. No, not just that. We will put systems in place. You have just read the World Bank report on the thermal plants and things. You can't even imagine. You can't even imagine that is real. If somebody had told me, I would have said that it's politics. But today we have it black and white, by an outside organization that has looked at our books and are telling us the mess, that to the extent that almost 50% of what we are paying for has been signed by 3 different departments, as if there's nothing to have worked it together. We have a solution. Under my administration, listen to me, no minister by himself will sit down with any private sector and sign a contract and bring it to cabinet for it to be endorsed and take it to parliament. No. The minister's signature will be there until maybe the whole system is changed. However, there will be committees of core people, special volunteers, just as we have in other parts of the world. A core of people who are experts, entrepreneurs, who are experts in given area, so that when you're signing something for oil or gold or for thermal plant or for energy, you must have experts who love this country, experts who care about people, whose interest on that board is not to make money, but to leave a legacy, and maybe just for a few consultancy. They will sit there and look at the numbers. The capital flight that we have in this country, where something might cost 600,000, and then the investor that we have invited in says that the equipment is costing 3 billion. We have no way of knowing, because that is the way they would repatriate their money there. We will bring experts who would put it there. The world has become so small. The people that would listen to us outside this country, we have experts in every area. We would have a volunteer corps of people that have expertise in specific areas, so that you will not end up with road contracts that will tell you that road contract is going to cost 100 million. Yet, if you look at the same road, even done 3, 5, 10 lanes, outside might cost about 30 million.
Let me allow you to catch your breath just for a second. When we return, we'll get more into the conversation. Speaking with Nana Akosua from Sapon Kumankuma of the CPP. I'm still here with the chairperson of the Convention People's Party, that's Nkrumah's party, by the way, Nana Akosua, and she wants to be flag bearer of this great party. Is it still okay to call the CPP a great party?
I want to be the president of Ghana, so that I can help the youth be able to harness and be able to give them the vehicle, so that, because political party is the only vehicle that can take you to the reins of power, so that you can be able to make decisions. That is the point. Nobody should say, I'm not a politician, I'm sitting on the fence. Somebody is making decisions for you. You must be part of that decision process, so that even if you do not benefit, like I might not benefit, but my children and my grandchildren and yours will benefit, and that is the whole essence. So yes, CPP is still the greatest party in Ghana. You know why? Nobody has matched our efforts. You see the motorway, till today, it is the only road that really has stood the test of time, and it was done under CPP's government. And guess what? As you are passing on the motorway, you'll be seeing black all the road. You know why? Because even though it was concrete, cement was done. We did it those about how many years ago? Almost 60 years now. However, today, when there is any potholes, they just use bitumen, ordinary quota, to fill it. That is the kind of country we have. So we cannot sit there. All the factories, and I gave you an example of a sugar cane, something as basic as sugar that we all consume. Something even as basic as pencil. Go to the pencil factory in Kumasi. It's there in abundance. Something as so essential. When the government came, it says that it was going to make sure that our cocoa now can be, they are querying the foreign countries why they are not giving us a fair price and why they are not giving us a fair share. Because you look at 5 billion as to compare to over 100 and something billion in terms of the consumption of cocoa product. Who is supposed to do that? The colonial invaders who came to sit on our neck before, and we sent them out, and now they are sitting there trying to get everything you have. They are the ones who are supposed to build factories for you and be able to add value to your raw material. They won't do that. Even the cocoa, the jute sack that we had, that we're producing in Ghana, that was used to even fill the cocoa to take it for export. Even that is important.
Let's talk about your candidature for flag bearer. And when you picked your forms, you actually spoke a lot about the youth. I was excited to hear that. Why is that so much at your heart?
You have to know me. My name is Nana Akosua Frimpoma Saponkoma Nkuma. The Saponkoma Nkuma is the political version of me. But Nana Akosua Frimpoma is the caring case international part of me. For the and the Grant Wahima portion of my life. For the past 25 years, I have dedicated my life to the youth of Ghana. Everything I've done since I came back from the US was just to help expand the minds and the hearts of Ghanaians. Because when you live outside for a while and you yourself are caught in a trap, an economic exile trap, you don't want to be there where you are. But you find it so difficult to come back because you are of some entrapment that you are in. And then you realize that if you really are dedicated and you want to do something for your nation, the only thing you can do is help young people believe in themselves, believe that they can, and then help them, give them the platform for them to excel. Because their strength is already within us. And Ghanaian youth is the best. We are a blessed nation, not because of the minerals that we don't own, not because of all the technology that we've left to abandon. No, because of the Ghanaian youth. And even today as I speak, we still have the same spirit. The Ghanaian youth spirit, and I'm not saying because I'm a Ghanaian. I guess, and I keep saying, maybe it's because of where we are positioned in the whole Greenwich Meridian, maybe the energy, whatever. But the Ghanaian has this spirit of never giving up. If he believes in doing something, he's always trying to do something. That is why the young boys from my village and from Brekum, Kwansta, and Kwansa, and all these other areas, you see them on the streets selling ordinary ice cream and yogurt, and then within a very short time they pack it, they will have a backpack and they walk, take car from here to wherever, all across some deserts within the African continent, trying to pass to Libya, end up in some boats. If they are lucky and they don't get capsized, they end in Spain, Italy, and then they go to US and America. That spirit, that Ghanaian youth spirit, who when they don't need an adult, takes them to the global world. The Ghanaian boxer, that's not, when doesn't need you, he only puts maybe his torn mother's cloth and things into a sack, hang it somewhere, just box it until he's ready to face the world, and he still comes back with a champion.
It's very clear where the motivation is coming from. But I want us to just advance this conversation a little, and especially because you mentioned the youth. I'm wondering, now you want to be president. Should your focus not be about getting people in parliament? First, I say this because the last time we had any representation of the CPP in parliament, it was in 2008 to 2012. We've not had anyone come close. Should that not be where the focus is?
It looks like it should. In fact, the last time was in 2012 to 2016 from Kumba Kumbungu. There was a by-election.
Yeah.
So we won.
Yes, very true.
Now, yes, we will get there. The party has gone through a certain trajectory, certain history when, after the overthrow, there was a conscious effort to ensure that the party's CPP is completely extinct. So in the process, all my parents, including my father, they were all criminalized. Osadifo himself was criminalized. So everybody, those who stayed were jailed for years. My daddy was there for almost 2 years. And then after, the name CPP could not even be used. Everything CPP was burnt. So after in the Fourth Republic, this republic, when we came back, what happened is that we merged with NDC because it was PNDC. And our father Rawlings had already been in power for almost 9 years. So when we were going back to the multi-party system, they decided to merge with us. It was a plan though. I mean, another time I'll discuss it. So that measure made it so that all our parliamentary seats, all our base went to NDC. It's as simple as that. This is not, it's factual. everywhere CPP was predominantly because we had majority in parliament. So over the years, what has happened is that because we lost those seats, when you lose the seats and you don't have the what we call the nine, you know, you don't have the legs of the party structure, which is the polling station and electoral area. What happens is that when you stand as a flag, you might have the best ideas, just as when I stood with Abu Sakara, he was rated #1 everywhere. Yet it will not get to the people because the message must get and be debated at the grassroots. We have the best policy as I sit here today. Under my administration, no farmer will plant and have to and will be rotting in his hands or her hands. No farmer. The same system that we did, we have improved and we'll improve it with technology. So every farmer's product will be bought by the time he or she is planting because of the structures that we'll put in place. That message must get to the farmer. But if there is no polling station executive, electoral area executive, then they don't get it. So that is what has happened. Conscious effort has been done to make sure that CPP does not get up between these two parties, especially the party that I just mentioned last, to ensure that because our seats are there. But you see, today as we sit here, the truth is this: Parliament, as we have it today, has completely failed us.
How do you say that?
You see the failure you see around you in terms of the meltdown of our economy, of the economy, has nothing to do. It's all about Parliament. Did you approve any loan? Did I approve any loan? Did the people who had the loan, did they steal the money? They take the things to Parliament and get it approved. And Parliament consists of these two parties. So clearly the Ghanaian has arrived. The Ghanaian youth should be smart today. The two parties can never take us there. When it comes to S. Gracia, they agree and they give themselves, you don't even hear about any fight. But you bring it to levy, they will fight and still approve it. Bring it to anything that has to do with the people, as if they are bringing confusion so that they can negotiate themselves better. Enough is enough. It is not me that's speaking. It is the youth of the country that have spoken. And I believe that as we are moving on now, you will see what will happen. Now that the revolution and the train is taking off, you will see Ghanaian youth will now get up in the name of CPP. They will stand in the constituencies and they would win. I have one of the best policy.
Let's go to your policies now.
No, I think that one, let's do another one because I don't, you know, these people.
Just give us a snippet. Give us something. You've mentioned what you want for farmers, for instance. What other things would you want to see?
The first thing that for me is the core of first, okay, let me put it this way. My whole thing is going to be on two things. It's going to be on entrepreneurship. Okay. But I call it the IT entrepreneurship. Okay. Entrepreneurship using current technology. I would show young people and the people what we can do with the current technology we have, that we are doing nothing with it. Not digitization. Digitization has created the foundation. So let me be fair. It has created some foundation, but we will accelerate the growth of the economy by making sure that everybody, even the mother, my woman in my village, who cannot speak one word of English, will still have access.
And the second one will be?
And the second one will be the ability to make sure, like I told you, as long as we digitize the whole system, and I will have a ministry, a complete ministry. It might look at how possible. But I gave that paper even to the former, not this government, the other one. I proposed it to some friends there.
It will be focused on what?
It is called IIPSC. Innovative Ideas and Patriotic Solution Center or Ministry. In fact, it was a ministry and somebody said I should do a center. It was a part of the government. And the idea is that that ministry would be inclusive. In that ministry is the opposition.
I want to leave this so that
opposition will be there.
The next time we meet, we'll have more extensive conversation on this. I've really enjoyed this, but before I leave, I just want you to tell me, do you think that Nkrumah would be happy with the party that he left?
let me tell you something. One thing I can tell you that Nkrumah is very, very happy with. Nkrumah is so happy that I went to take that nomination. Nkrumah is so happy, was very happy when I took this seat as the leader of the Convention People's Party, because I came in with only one aim alone, that I was going to hand this party to the youth of this country. The same way he handed over CPP and he was able to bring the economic independence. I will hand this vehicle to the young people here and all across the diaspora so that they will be able to go take over the governance of this country and be able to do what is right for themselves and for their children. That is it.
Nana Kosia from Poma, Sapong, Kuma. Thank you very much. Chairperson of the Convention People's Party and also an aspiring flag bearer for Nkrumah's party. Thank you for joining us here on GhanaWeb's election desk. My name is Eche Atiso. Until another time, be kind to one another.
I'm right here in the eastern region of Ghana and we are on a quad bike behind me, and this is one activity you should do whenever you're here in Ghana. This is one activity you should do whenever you're in the eastern region. So I'm super excited you all are coming along, and so far so good. It's been amazing. This is how it all started. So guys, this is the bike I'm going to be using and they are taking us through how to ride the bike. So this is my new friend. What's your name?
Please, I'm called Matthias.
Matthias, okay.
Okay, this is your brake.
This is my brake.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Your accelerator.
Accelerator, alright.
Okay. Back brake over here.
That's a back brake.
Yes, please.
Okay.
This is a gear.
Okay.
We have forward, neutral, reverse.
Okay.
Now it's on neutral.
Okay.
Just push it like this forward.
Okay.
Then you accelerate it a little bit to move the bike.
Okay.
Are you okay now?
So yeah, he has taken me through everything. I'm about to move the bike. This is my second time doing quad biking here in Ghana. So let's go, guys.
Slowly. Now please let your hand be on the brakes, okay?
Yeah, so guys, we are ready to quad bike here. I'm very excited about it. Hi guys! So I'm going quad biking with you, of course. So let's go. I'm happy. I'm super excited. Let's go, guys. inhale a lot of dust and the fumes. So yeah, hi love. How is it going so far?
Love it.
You love it? And you? Amazing. My new friend has problem with his bike. So Kamna has issues with his bike, so he's getting it fixed. The fumes really smells a lot. So we are heading back. This is meant to be a dirty game, so we all look dirty now. Like I'm so dirty, dusty, and yeah, it is fun. You must do this. I just ended mine. I'm always the first, you know. Look at them. They are not coming back. So guys, yeah, this brings us to the end of this vlog. Come. So guys, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I had so much fun quad biking here inside the forest here in the eastern region. I had such an amazing time. Can't see the location, Ghana. Do want to follow them on Instagram and book your spots whenever you're in Ghana. Please don't miss. Next year December is happening. Next year January is happening all year round with Location Ghana. So I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed coming along with you. Until next time, guys, please don't be missing my videos. I post on Wednesdays and on Sundays, but now I'm going to be giving you Friday vibes, so 3 times a week. I hope you're excited just as I am. Until next time, I want to say I love you all. So we are here at the countryside, which is at Edukrum, and it's like a house. So they have like activities, they have games such as an indoor game, Ludo, and there's also an outdoor game, basketball here, which the guys are playing. So we took turns, so the other group is going. So yeah, we just ended the quad biking, about to play some Ludo while we wait for other colleagues and head back to Accra. It was such an experience. I will urge you all to try it whenever you can. It's an easy it's easy to learn. They'll teach you there and then, so you don't have to know how to ride a quad bike to be here. So yeah.
Sana, your turn.
My turn. I'm the one losing here at the moment. Oh, 5.
Still loses.
I know, right? Meanwhile, I'm the one teaching everyone. The teacher is losing.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. The bugger send me sick from Lemonade Finance. Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like menya £10, $10 and $10 for the first transaction. Odi send this guy akofino. Download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Edwuma bia ye edwuma. E wo said dia wankasa obesomu a obesomu no e na obehu say sika wo na sika ni.
Edwuma na me ye no minim dia menya wo. Che bia ne bokra na minim dia menya wo.
Bi baba say obaba de odi ni ko school a. Dachin obeware akotena be ma bi fie. Nsenya de papa bia obeya ma wo. Nti ni mama nyina wa fa yan ko school.
Edwuma we de me kan kwalo. O ye edwuma banka won fa won to no. Metuma ka se me de ku be 1000 pieces be ba. Metuma nya profit be 2000 won.
Obia me ni wa nkola me say ya me hwa de mpo na hye me kawa pono so say me so me wo nipemu e wanye me hwa de wanhye wanye me hwe onye oba fufura na ni bire afo ho oba bi no wa sport to sen wa boni ten wa pagya no konso me kwa na me ka se ni kombe bu.
This is the hustler story.
Ago Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Which players have made you feel a part of the team?
The most, I would say, Andra Yu. He cares about me, he helps me when I had problems, he talked to me, so he helps me the most.
Hello and welcome to Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafio, and today you're going to interview a young player who is doing very well at club level. He switched nationalities to come and play for the Black Stars from the German national team. He goes by the name Ransford Yeboah Königsdörffer. Did I mention your name very well?
Yeah, it was very well. It's good pronouncing.
Yeah. Welcome to GhanaWeb TV.
Thank you.
How does it feel to be home finally?
It's very good. That I said before in the other interviews, it is a very pleasure to be here. It's like I'm very proud to be here.
Have you been in Ghana before?
No.
This is your first time?
Because my dad always moved to Ghana when he lives also in Germany. He moves always to Ghana when I had school or stuff like this. And in the summer he can't because he must going to work. So it was very difficult. But every time he said, "I want to that you be in Ghana." And it's a beautiful country, and now I'm here.
Would you want to maybe come here next time with your siblings and other stuff?
Yeah. Also with my girlfriend, yeah, she wants to be also here now, but she has also to do work. So
let's talk about the Black Stars. We won the game against Angola. You were part of the team and everything. How was the atmosphere like?
Yeah, the atmosphere was amazing. It's not comparing to Germany. It's here very louder, and the people are more excited and they're crazy. Yeah, it's.
You didn't play, but were you elated to be part of the team?
I'm very happy to be part of the team.
Now let's look at how you came into the national team. Who approached you first?
Wow. The first call was in like February 2022 or something like this. And who was calling me? I don't know more. I don't know. But when I get the first call, and they asked me if I want to come to Ghana. I said directly, yes, I want. Let's do it together, and yeah.
And you had already played for the German youth side. Didn't you have any issues about that? Did you always wanted to play for the Black Stars?
I always said if I get the chance, I want to play for Ghana because it's my home country from my dad. But it never happened, so they never called me before. So I play for Germany because they called me. They asked if I want to play for them, and yeah.
Since you joined the Black Stars, which players have made you feel a part of the team?
The most, I would say, Andrew Yu. He cares about me. He helps me when I had problems. He talked to me, so he helps me the most.
When the decision to play for Ghana came up, who convinced you to take it up? Did your father talk to you about? Did you talk to your father about?
I talked to my father about that. He said also, yeah, do this. I'm very proud of you, and yeah, so.
Like, didn't you feel any pressure from the German team that they also want you and the Black Stars as well?
No pressure. If they, no doubt that I want to play here, so what should I say?
Okay, let's see about that. But the Ghana youth side, the under 23 side, they are in contention to qualify for the Olympics. If they qualify and maybe they call you up for that team, would you join them willingly?
It's a good question. I don't know. I never think about that or talk about that to someone. So maybe if they call me, I don't know when is the tournament or something like this. But we never know. I don't know.
Okay, you're still watching Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. Taking a short break, and when we return, we continue with the conversation.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk. Yummy! Oh! McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back from the break. I'm here with Ransford Yeboah Königsdörffer. Ransford, let's talk about growing up in Berlin. How was it like growing up in Berlin?
I don't know. It's a big city. It's very modern, I would say. But there are many cultures. It's not only German people there. It's really many cultures in Berlin. So it was about my whole.
Were you always playing football?
I always play football since I'm in the team since I was like 4 years old or something like this. And earlier then I also play on the pitch with friends, football and stuff. Yeah. So when I can walk, I play football.
When did you get your first opportunity to play for any club?
With 4 years old. Yeah.
Which club was that?
SC Minerva, they call it.
I never knew. I don't know them.
I know.
And from there, you moved to another club. Which club was that?
Then from SC Minerva, I moved to SC Charlottenburg. Then I moved to Hertha BC.
Hertha BC. Tell us life at Hertha BC. At what age?
I went there in the age of 12, I think. Then I moved to under 14. Then I was there until under 19, first year. Then not happened there anymore. So I went to Dynamo Dresden, then I get the professional football, and now I'm at Hamburg SV.
Yeah, let's talk about life at Dynamo Dresden. You scored a lot of goals. That's where I got to know about you. Yeah. What was the trick? What did the magic for you at Dynamo?
I don't know. They believed in me. I had many injuries with my knees, so they believed in me, and I want to pay back this, and then maybe I can, because of this, I shine there, or I don't know.
Yeah. Which position did you really gel? Did you really enjoy playing at Dynamo? Sometimes I saw you on the flanks, playing on the wings. Sometimes you were in attack as a striker and all that.
It doesn't matter for me where I play, so when I can play, I want to do my best, and it doesn't matter which position.
When the call came for you to join your new club, what informed your decision? What made you join them, your new club?
My agent calls me that Hamburger SV want to get me, and I also want for myself to develop, and for me it was then a good decision to move to Hamburger SV, and I hope that we get aufsteigen.
You get?
Up in the first league.
Oh, yeah. So you want to qualify to the Bundesliga?
Yeah.
It's not an easy journey, right?
It's not an easy journey, but we're on a good way.
Recently, you scored about 2 goals before the international break. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it was against Nuremberg and Darmstadt.
Yeah, Darmstadt.
Yeah, I scored 2 goals for maybe because of I know I caught up for Ghana, and that improves me for myself. And because of this, maybe,
So anytime you get called up from Ghana, you are happy about it?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Now, let's talk about family or growing up. What did you hear about Ghana?
What I hear about Ghana?
Yeah. What did you know about Ghana?
My father is growing up in Sunyani, in Bekrum. And he tells me he lives there for like 30 years. It's very religion culture. It's a very beautiful city. It's not a little bit parts of Ghana like dirty, I would say, but Ghana is getting more and more modern, and it's developed now.
Did you ever watch any Ghanaian players whilst growing up? Did you watch Ghana at any tournament, maybe World Cup, AFCON?
I watch every tournament, so I try to watch every time AFCON Cup. The last AFCON Cup was not our best, I know, and World Cup 100% for sure. Every time I watch, the best was like 2010 when we get knocked out by Uruguay, but yeah.
And when you were dropped from the World Cup squad, were you disappointed?
I was very disappointed, but what should I do? I do my best, and when I don't to get called up, I must train harder and to do my best to be in the next, hopefully, next World Cup squad.
Are you aware we've not won the AFCON in 40 years?
Yeah, it's sad. Ghana's such a good country that we don't win the trophy like for 40 years. It's very sad, but the whole squad here want to change that we win a new trophy, but we can do it only together, and then hopefully do that.
Do you want to play a big role in that squad that maybe will win the AFCON next year?
I want to play a big role, but I'm a young guy. I have to wait for experienced people, so I want to do my best, but I know I can not improve right now because how should I explain?
Yeah, let's talk about your favorite Ghanaian player.
My favorite Ghanaian player, all of?
Yeah.
Asamoah Gyan.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
What do you like about?
He's the best goal scorer from our country. I watched many goals of him, and yeah.
And do you want to replicate his performance and his record in Ghana?
When I can do this, I would be very happy, but it's very difficult. He scored a lot of goals for Ghana. So.
Between Ronaldo and Messi, who will you choose?
Messi.
Why Messi?
Messi is like a playmaker. He can do many assists, but he can also score much of goals. Both are very, very good players, and I think for me I can never reach their levels, but for me it's messy.
Yeah, let's look at also in terms of playing for a club in Germany. Do you dream of playing to the highest level, like the Champions League as well?
Yeah, I want to play for Champions League. My dream is to play in Premier League in England, but for that I must work hard, and we will see. I hope one day.
And let's look at, do you know any Ghana club that Kotoko?
I know from Bani, Hearts of Oak.
You were in camp with him?
Huh?
You were in camp with him, Bani?
Yeah.
How was it like?
He's a very
funny guy.
Funny guy, He's very funny, and he's also young like me. I think we have the same age, so we talk a little bit. I see him also at the airport in Accra.
Oh, yeah.
He's also here, but
Let's talk about your favorite Ghanaian food.
I would say fufu or jollof rice.
Really?
Yeah.
You know how to prepare any?
Huh?
Do you know how to prepare, cook? Do you know how to...
For myself? Yeah. I can't cook. My father can. Always when I'm in Berlin, he's cooking for me, but me, I don't.
And when you eat the fufu or jollof, you score goals?
Maybe because of them. 2 weeks ago, I was in Berlin and eat fufu. And next week I scored.
That's nice. Which language do you understand? Local language?
Twi, I can't speak Twi. It's very difficult for me. I only know a few words like Medase, Akwaba, Etise, but it's very difficult. I must learn more English before I can learn Twi. And when I can speak perfect English, then I can try with Twi.
Let's talk about the tattoos you have here. Can you tell us about how many tattoos do you have?
I don't know, a little bit.
So what do you have here?
It's like comic figures.
Okay.
I watch them when I was younger, or
what's the name of the comic?
One Piece.
Oh, okay.
Rick and Morty. It's Inazuma 11. Yeah, it's.
And here, what do you have?
Yeah, he's
How
standing.
big would you dream if
you knew you
couldn't fly?
No, fail.
You couldn't fail, yeah.
Because the tattoos, because if you dream high, that you can perform high, so it's difficult for me to explain in English, but yeah.
And then I see football in chains.
Yeah, it's like a light because I'm fast.
Oh yeah.
The R because of Ransford, the smiley because always smiling.
And the football?
And the football because I love football.
Faith and passion.
And love, yeah.
Yeah, you believe a lot in God?
I believe in God, yeah.
You believe God brought you this far?
Yeah.
And I see some flowers and cards and all that. And who's that? Is it
Jesus?
Jesus. Okay. Nice. So it was great talking to you and telling us about your life in the Black Stars, and also, do you listen to Ghana music?
Not a lot. When I'm here, I listen a lot, but I don't know the songs how they call. I only the song Black Stars.
Yeah.
From the World Cup.
I
always listen to this song, but not.
And you danced in Qatar before you were initiated.
I can't dance. I know. It was shit. I improving something, but I only do shit.
Let's see how your dancing moves will improve and all that. But generally, it was great talking to you. Thanks so much. We wish you the best in the season.
Thank you.
And yeah, that is it. Thank you very much.
You too.
Yeah, so that was Ransford Yeboah Königsdörffer, the Ghanaian player who switched his nationality from Germany to come and play for the Black Stars. Well, my name is Joseph Adamafio, and it was nice coming your way with Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for watching.
Hi guys, we are back again. Chale, I really miss you all. Guys, I have some good news for you. I have found the perfect workspace in Accra. You're ready to see, so let's go. I came here with my friend. Hi, Billy.
Hi, we are back again, Charlie.
It's really a beautiful space. I just met the manager of the place. Say hi to Jonathan.
Hi.
Hi, Jonathan.
Thank you, Mom.
Tell me a little bit about the place.
Okay, so Maweko Gardens has been in existence from 2017, actually. We started as a venue center, so we actually give it out for events and rentals.
Okay.
But officially this year, we started operating our restaurant and our branch. As you see, we have the cafe too.
Yes.
figures that really should agitate our conscience. He says to us that 80% of our forest cover is gone. I would even suggest to the minister that the forest cover that is lost is more than that. It's more than the 80%. He's the minister. He has commissioned under him, under his ministry, who report to him. The Speaker, but we all do know that places that are designated as forest reserves pass by. You see that the forest reserves exist only in the margins of the declared areas. You enter same, and a lot of depletion might have taken place. The Speaker, so the situation is very, very grave. The minister has been very much concerned about the activities of galamseyers. They are further degrading the forest, the vegetative cover, destroying the land, threatening food security, and so on. Mr. Speaker, up north, the few trees that are left are still being harvested for purposes of charcoal. And I keep saying that whereas we do so in the northern parts of Ghana, you cross to Burkina Faso, the southern portions of Burkina Faso, which are drier than the northern portions of Ghana, are greener, rather paradoxically, than the northern section of Ghana. Which means that we should redouble our efforts. Mr. Speaker, the effort of the minister is very commendable. But as I said last year, if we have lost so much, and the timber species that we have lost in this country is over 800 million. If you are going by what is being done now, about 5 million, Mr. Speaker, 5 million or 10 million, how long is it going to take us to replenish the stock? Assuming we are not even cutting any trees. If you are doing 10 million, Mr. Speaker, 800 million lost. How long is it going to take us to replenish the stock? Which is why the other day I was saying that whereas I commend him extremely for what effort he has initiated, perhaps this will have to be bi-yearly rather than annual, so that we could increase the number of trees that will be planted, the seedlings that will be planted. I hear the deputy minister say to me, money, money. You should go and look for money. You should go and look for money. And Mr. Speaker, so it's something that should concern all of us. And whilst the minister is at this, the minister knows that people are coming to the ministry with requests to salvage felled trees. And yet you know that when we grant them the request, they enter and cause further felling of the trees that are standing. I should think that you should stop issuing licenses to people who pretend to go and salvage trees that are felled, but they know that no such exists. They enter to fell additional trees. So, Mr. Speaker, we should be careful with ourselves. Having said so, the minister knows that, and in fact, all of us do know, that there are some trees that are nearing extinction in this country. Asamfina, Kokrobia, Odum, Redwood. The Speaker, some of these trees, even when you plant them, takes about 200 years for them to mature. Mr. Speaker, I'm being reminded by the Deputy Minister that what we have here is made of asamfina. The dispatch box. The dispatch box. And now you can't even have it. You can't have it. The few that exist now are in the forest close to La Côte d'Ivoire. You can't get them. In Ashanti, it's gone. In Brahafo, it's gone. So, Mr. Speaker, we should redouble our efforts. We should redouble our efforts. Because the one village, one dam was supposed to complement the effort of the ministry. Where are we with that? Because you are supposed to provide some water for us to irrigate wastelands and what we plant. Where are we? We should go back to it and reinvigorate that scheme in order for it to be able to supplement the efforts of the minister. So, Mr. Speaker, the minister has a Herculean task. Ghana, indeed, where we are, we should all recognize that we are at a crossroads. Today, and I was referring to this the other time, the waters in the Pra, which were drawing to irrigate the sugarcane lands at Commander, cannot be relied on again. It's gone. All the fish in Pra are gone. Where are we? Where are we? So, Mr. Speaker, it should not be left on the shoulders of the minister alone. All of us should contribute our quota in assisting the Ministry of Lands and Forestry to reposition this country. All the timber firms are gone. In Kumasi, all the sawmills, except just about 5% of them, are operating. And those of them that are even operating now are operating less than, 40%, 30% capacity. Today, you can have all these. When we see timber being carted from the forest, chances are that it is cyber, for the manufacture of plywood. You can't get the traditional trees any longer. And some of these people are importing timber from Cameroon. Some of the mills are importing timber from Cameroon. How long can we tolerate this situation? Today, you want timber members for roofing your building. You cannot. You cannot have it. You have to go for metal trusses. That's the extent that we are heading to. And the Speaker, we should encourage the minister and offer him the assistance that he needs to go on with this effort. As for people saying that the system is riddled with corruption, I'll leave it to the minister to provide adequate response. But that should not, Mr. Speaker, derail the efforts of the ministry in promoting this very noble scheme. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to first of all thank honourable members for their very useful contributions. Mr. Speaker, I've taken note of each of the contributions that have been made, and we will seek to perfect this initiative in the years to come. I thank them profusely. Mr. Speaker, one or two matters I believe, given that this house is a house of record, I should set a record straight. Mr. Speaker, when we plant these trees, the Forestry Commission takes a period of time to be able to come to the conclusion as to how many trees have been planted. So, for example, tomorrow, the Forestry Commission will give out seedlings. It will take them about a week or two before they are able to ascertain that these number of trees were planted. Some people, some churches plant, NGOs plant, and they have a situation room, they have a strong room where they collate all the reports across the country. So it takes a bit of time before they are able to say with certainty that we planted these number of trees. So when the event takes place on Monday, Tuesday, I'll be in this house to thank the house and to give a preliminary report. If the president comes subsequently and gives the conclusive figure, the certified figure of trees which were planted, the Speaker, my friend, the MP from Tamale North, should be rest assured that there is no contradiction. The Speaker, the issue of survival rate, if anybody wants evidence of the survival rate of these trees, Mr. Speaker, look around Parliament. All the trees that were planted in Parliament are doing very well. And Mr. Speaker, my colleague members of Parliament who led their constituents to plant trees, I want to believe that the trees are doing well there. But on a more substantive point, Mr. Speaker, the Forestry Commission has a very robust mechanism of determining the survival rate of these trees. The Forestry Commission has forest districts across the country, and those of us who are familiar with the forestry sector will attest to the fact that the Forestry Commission has institutions scattered across the country, and that is how they are able to come with the figures, the survival rate they've actually provided. If anybody has a contrary statistic, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to learn from them. Mr. Speaker, finally, Mr. Speaker, the issue of corruption. I want to assure this House that the Green Ghana Committee is chaired by a 5-term experienced member of Parliament, 6 years Deputy Minister, Honorable Benito Owusubio. And Mr. Speaker, I have absolute confidence in him and his team. And Mr. Speaker, I want to assure this House that the accounts of the Green Ghana Committee get audited each year. In 2021, the accounts were audited. In 2022, the accounts were audited. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, following the contributions that have been made in this House, I intend to publish the account of the Green Ghana Committee for 2023, perhaps 2021, 2022, 2023. Mr. Speaker, let me submit and do so forcefully in all modesty, particularly to my friend Tamale North, that those of us who are in charge of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, Mr. Speaker, in all modesty, we are men and women of integrity. We will not proceed under the guise of planting trees to engage in corruption. It will never happen, and none of that is happening. Mr. Speaker, I have to say so and say so forcefully. Finally, Mr. Speaker, as this House is aware, we have issued a ban on the export, on the harvesting, trading, and export in rosewood. And I appreciate the point the majority leader makes, because it's a very important issue. It's a very important matter we have to tackle. In the entire Savannah ecological zone, the issue of rosewood is a big issue, the harvesting of rosewood. And that is why we ban the harvesting, export, and trading of rosewood. That ban is still in place, and we are enforcing it. As we I thank this House, and I thank you personally for your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, right, for the opportunity. That is rare. Mr. Speaker, the Minister in his submission made reference to the fact that if we want evidence of how well the trees are doing, we should look around Parliament. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I just want to appeal to the Minister not to use Parliament as a standard of measure to how well these trees are doing. Because, Mr. Speaker, Parliament has governors that are paid to keep the environment here green. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is different from the numerous trees we are told are planted outside of Parliament. And it will be, if you like, it is unacceptable to use Parliament as a standard to say that because trees planted in Parliament are doing well, then trees all over are doing well. Mr. Speaker, I just want to conclude by reiterating the point.
Honorable
Yes, sir.
Member for Tamal North.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
I gave you the opportunity under Order 86 4 and 5. Thinking that you wanted to clarify an issue that you raised earlier on, which might have been misunderstood, or something to deal with your character or conduct. But now you are introducing new matters. It's not covered by the rules. That definitely is out of order. And so I will not permit you to continue to do what you are doing. Honorable members, this is a statement, it's not a debate. I've been leading Parliament to plant the trees here. Actually, I'm not too sure whether we can continue to use the term planting trees. If it is growing trees, I can accept it. But what we plant are not trees. They are seedlings. There's tree planting, and you've seen it in the Middle East, Dubai and the rest, where they really bring tree and plant. And the next day you wake up, you see that a desert has been turned into a forest. That is tree planting. But what we do here is planting seedlings. And we should talk about growing trees. And that is why after planting, people just move away. And the survival rate is what you're talking about, which we have to work on. But I believe that it's better to do this than to say because there's galamsey, we will not plant the trees. Then we worsen the situation. So please, I want to encourage members to continue to let's grow the trees together. And I will direct that tomorrow, honorable members should, as usual, proceed to lead their constituents in the exercise. So there will be no sitting tomorrow, Friday. We will do our bit to support you to take care of your cost of traveling. That we will do. Once again, you are to lead in your constituencies. Tomorrow, I will lead the institution of Parliament to do so. And we will do so in your absence with the members of staff of the House. This ends the statement that has been made by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. We move on to the next statement, which stands in the name of the Minister for Communications. Honorable members, we're not listening to the speaker. I stated how you go. Yes, Minority Leader, any issue?
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to be clear about the statement that were you saying that we are all going to participate in the constituency, so we are not sitting tomorrow? I wanted to be very clear.
I was very clear that there will be no sitting tomorrow. No sitting tomorrow. Members have to go and lead their constituents to grow trees in their constituencies. I will do so in Parliament, and I will be supported by the members of staff of the Parliamentary Service. Yes, Minister, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if you may be pleased, I wanted to seek your guidance. If you may be pleased, I wanted to seek your guidance on Order 86.5.
Order 85.
86.5, Mr. Speaker, with respect.
86.5.
Yes. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, a while ago you granted leave for Honorable Suhini to come back under 86.5. And the subject matter for consideration was statement. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted your guidance on
the subject matter for
consideration was statement. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources was before us on a statement. You are granted, yes. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted your guidance just for general application purpose.
Honorable Member, I was very clear that I was adopting Order 86, 4 and 5, thinking that he was coming to clarify an earlier statement that he might have made in his contribution or remarks. But that was not what he was doing, so I ruled him out of order.
Yeah, but yes, Mr. Speaker, I agree with you on that. But even so, the premise of your order was to the effect that he needed to clarify. But Mr. Speaker, I was looking at the question. Mr. Speaker, if you may.
Honorable Member, I said I was adopting.
Okay, Mr. Speaker,
I didn't say I was applying.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, in other words, mutatis mutandis. That's
adopting with the requisite modification.
Mr. Speaker, in other words, I want them to know how. No, this is not challenge. You see, I want you to know what Mr. Speaker was doing. Mr. Speaker, you have done something they didn't follow. All I'm trying to do is to help them to follow you. Yes. Mr. Speaker, thank you. So you are applying the rule mutatis mutandis. I agree.
The right honourable Speaker. He was simply announcing his presence. You know he has not been here since. He was just standing there for you to know that he has been.
It's part of the game. Is entitled to do so. Yes, Minister for Communications. Honourable Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the House for granting me this opportunity to present an update on the National SIM registration exercise we began some 20 months ago on 1st October 2021, which has finally come to an end with resounding success. As you may recall, previous SIM registration exercises which had purportedly been undertaken were plagued with multiple challenges which defeated the purpose of the exercise. These included the use of multiple IDs, including the driver's license, voter's ID, national health insurance cards, and passports, with no means of verifying their authenticity. Indeed, an attempt made by the NCA to verify passports by a manual, laborious, and unsustainable process was eventually abandoned as impractical. This lack of verification allowed the agents of mobile network operators to use fake IDs and valid IDs of unsuspecting individuals to pre-register SIMs for sale. The databases created were also unreliable, leading to the inability of security and law enforcement agencies to trace IDs of individuals involved in SIM-related breaches of the law. There was no limit on the number of SIM cards registered by any individual, resulting in fraudsters registering multiple SIMs to perpetrate scams and defraud innocent citizens. SIM box fraud was also rampant, depriving both the MNOs and government of much-needed revenue. The lack of a central SIM registration database disabled the regulator, NCA, from independently and adequately monitoring registrations that had been completed, as well as the activities of the MNOs regarding SIM registration. Indeed, we only had the word of the MNOs regarding the number of SIMs in use in Ghana and lacked independent empirical data to enable us to take key decisions related to the development of the communications industry. There was also no way of ensuring compliance with the National Identity Register Regulations 2012, LI 2111, which mandated all SIMs to be registered with the Ghana card. These were some of the reasons why it was important to undertake a clean registration exercise which would address these challenges and be in conformity with existing laws and regulations. Ghana is rapidly developing a digital economy, and we must take steps to ensure that we build resilient systems that inspire trust in the use of digital platforms, applications, and services. The digital ecosystem must be secure enough to protect citizens, users of communication services, and government investments, as well as private sector investments in the sector. A porous SIM acquisition and utilization system as we had, prone to fraud and abuse, only served to diminish public confidence in the digital ecosystem, with each successful, undetected, and unpunished SIM-based fraudulent or criminal activity. To ensure the successful implementation of the SIM registration exercise, the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization convened several meetings with all stakeholders, and mandated the National Communications Authority to collaborate with all mobile network operators, MNOs, as they play a key role in the provision of telecommunications services, and have direct interaction with subscribers and broadband wireless access providers to ensure that the registration process covered the entire range of SIM card issuing providers of telecommunication services, including broadband internet service providers. Several key government ministries, departments, and agencies were also involved, provide support, and contribute their expertise to the success of the process. These included the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, the Ministry of Information, the National Information Technology Agency, the Registrar of Companies, formerly the Registrar General's Department, Ghana Immigration Service, Data Protection Commission, and the National Identification Authority. Legal framework. The team considered and applied the following pieces of legislation in this exercise: the Electronic Communications Act 2008, Act 775, the Subscriber Identity Model Registration Regulations 2011, LI 2006, the Data Protection Act 2012, Act 843, the National Identity Register Regulation 2012, LI 2111, and EI 63, 2020. Modalities of the registration. The registration of SIM cards was conducted using the Ghana card as the sole identity document in line with the provisions of the National Identity Register Regulations 2012, LI 2111, and the Subscriber Identity Model Registration Regulations, LI 2006. This ensures that subscribers' identification is linked to their national ID card. As a first step, all subscribers were required to link their SIMs to their Ghana card to verify their details with the National Identification Authority database. Once this process was concluded, biometric data of the subscriber is collected. This includes fingerprint and facial data obtained through a positive likeness and liveliness check. This was to provide a kind of double factor authentication and ensure that the Ghana card of one person could not be used by another person to register their SIMs. Biometric data enhance the accuracy and security of the SIM registration process. The exercise imposed limits on the number of SIM cards an individual could possess. Each citizen and resident foreigner with a Ghana card, and resident foreigners have the non-citizen Ghana card. So they are allowed a maximum of 10 SIM cards, while foreign visitors are limited to 3 SIM cards across all networks. A central SIM register has been established to serve as a central repository of SIM card information and enhance regulatory oversight and security. To facilitate the process and provide guidance, 2 committees, namely the Technical and Communications Committees, were established, and an operational support center was also set up at the NCA to assist consumers and the general public with any issues related to the registration process. Extensions of the exercise. Within the 20-month period of the SIM registration exercise, we've extended deadlines 7 times in a bid to encourage people to register their SIMs. The notable dates of the SIM registration exercise are as follows. It started on 1st October 2021. The first deadline was 31st March 2022. No action was taken. The second, and it was extended to 31st July 2022. No action was taken yet again. And it was extended to 31st August 2022. Blocking of SIM cards that had not completed registration was announced on that date. However, punitive measures actually started on 5th September 2022 for 1 week. On 12th September 2022, services were restored to encourage people to complete the registration process. And the deadline was extended to 31st October 2022. On that date as well, no action was taken. And it was extended to 20th November 2022. On that date, data services were barred for SIMs that had completed stage 1, but not the second stage of the exercise. SIMs were blocked and deactivated from networks over a 3-day period from 30th November 2022, which was the 6th deadline. And then the deadline was extended to 31st March 2023 for all SIMs to be registered. On 31st March 2023, no action was taken, but the final deadline was announced, which was 31st May 2023. And on that date, all active and registered SIMs were blocked from accessing telecommunication services, including voice, text, data, and mobile money. Clearly, this has not been an easy journey. To safeguard the integrity of the SIM register, the NCA issued specific directives to MNOs, including completion of classification or categorization of all SIM ownership into individual or business SIMs, deactivation of all SIMs that are partially registered, stage 1, strict application of the limit of 10 SIMs for individual subscribers, development of a solution to enable subscribers to check the number of SIMs registered with their Ghana cards using short code 402, and implementation of a process for consumers to delink SIM cards from their Ghana cards through customer care centers, ensuring proper KYC verification, and development of enterprise and web-based systems for businesses to check and delink unused or unwanted SIMs. Subscribers exempted from the SIM registration exercise. In addition to the established guidelines and deadlines for the SIM registration exercise, certain categories of subscribers have been exempted from punitive measures for non-registration. These include exemptions for individuals without Ghana cards who notify the NCA with proof of application for the Ghana card, subscribers outside the country, and subscribers facing genuine challenges during the registration process. The categories of exempted persons include members of the diplomatic corps, and the number of exemptions for the members of the diplomatic corps are 3,179 members. Staff of Ghana missions and Ghana Armed Forces abroad are also exempted, and we have information on 102 of these persons, and their SIMs are exempted. Refugees in the country are also exempted from having their SIM cards blocked, and those that the NCA has a record of are 6,411, so they are exempted. We encourage the relevant agencies to notify the NCA of any categories of their personnel or interested persons who fall within the exempted category, but whose SIMs have been blocked because NCA has not been notified as yet. Some individuals who have notified the NCA of their SIM card, Ghana card related issues, have had their SIMs exempted from being blocked, and there are 387 of those individuals. The number of Ghana SIMs roaming abroad as at today, yesterday when I was provided with this information, was 322,524, and those SIMs have also been exempted from being blocked. We'll encourage the staff of Ghana missions and Ghana Armed Forces serving abroad who have not yet notified the NCA of their SIMs to do so, and they would also enjoy the exemptions. Now, mobile money agents, merchants, and electronic voucher distributors have been given 1 month to regularize their registrations or be blocked permanently and blacklisted. There are 666,816 of those. I'll come back to this category later. So the total number of exemptions granted so far are 999,419 SIMs. In recognition of the fact that not everyone has a Ghana card, individuals who have not registered their SIMs have been asked to submit evidence of having applied for their Ghana card to the NCA, and they would be exempted from the exercise. Subscribers who are currently outside the country have also been exempted from the registration process. Once they activate roaming on their devices, the MNOs can identify that they are outside the country, and they are expected to register their SIM cards using their passports. The NCA has also directed that SIM cards detected to be outside the country for a period of 6 months should be temporarily exempted until the subscribers can complete their registration. Some subscribers may also encounter genuine difficulties in completing their registration, and the NCA has directed them to contact the NCA for assistance via email or the SIM Operational Support Center on toll-free number 0800 110 622. The complaint will be investigated, and they may temporarily exclude the affected SIM cards from punitive measures until their concerns are resolved. This will, however, be done on a case-by-case basis, recognizing that not all people may want to register their SIMs, as is their right. Challenges, issues arising from the current SIM registration exercise. One issue that emerged was the registration of more than 10 SIMs per individual subscriber. Only corporate entities are allowed to register more than 10 SIMs. However, some subscribers registered more than the permitted number across various network operators due to the incomplete classification field for SIM registration shared with the central SIM register. Mobile network operators then requested time to reconfigure their databases to properly classify those registrations, leading to this loophole. This has since been resolved, with subscribers able to check how many SIMs are linked to their Ghana cards through a dedicated USSD code, 402. The central database has also been updated accordingly. During the initial stage of the SIM registration exercise, some MNOs continued to use their old legacy platforms for registration, and this led to abuse by certain agents in the registration process during stage 1. And the NCA directed the MNOs to continue using their legacy platform and complete the full SIM registration process, including biometric capture, as directed. The NCA also outlawed the short code 402 to let people check and rectify any discrepancy. It is important to note that the legacy platform only allowed completion of stage 1, which does not require biometric data, and therefore could not complete the process. There were claims of database breaches during the exercise. Upon investigation, no unauthorized access or breach of the SIM registration database was discovered. The identified abuses during stage 1 were resolved and did not involve unauthorized access to the SIM registration database. No one's identity or personal information has been stolen or compromised in this process. From 1st June 2023 to date, The NCA has been monitoring the situation, and it is interesting to note that at the MNO's customer care centers, there are people who have Ghana cards who had simply not registered their SIM cards. This demonstrates that even if there had been another extension of the deadline, we would still have had people who would simply not have registered their SIMs. They probably assumed that, as is characteristic of Ghanaians, a little public outcry would have led to a knee-jerk reaction of truncating this exercise. But with the enforcement of the deadline, these people have now lined up to register their SIMs, knowing that we're serious about this exercise. Some people who also use their lack of a Ghana card as an excuse not to register are now finding means of acquiring the Ghana card, or have reached out to the NCA, as they had earlier been directed to do, to ring-fence their SIMs while they await their Ghana cards. We will not encourage any anonymity in this exercise, and reiterate that those who have genuine challenges acquiring the Ghana card to complete their SIM registration should contact the NCA with evidence of applying for the card, and their challenge will be addressed after investigating it. We continue to encourage the NIA, the National Identification Authority, to assist people to acquire their Ghana cards. We've also been made aware of the difficulty facing subscribers in accessing their funds on their mobile money wallets. These subscribers will not be able to transact any mobile money related activity. However, MNOs are working with the Bank of Ghana to ensure that these subscribers can retrieve their funds on the presentation of a valid ID and completion of the relevant KYC process. To transact mobile money related activity, the subscriber will have to complete their registration for the MNO to reactivate the SIM on the network. Mr. Speaker, this is an area where multiple regulatory mandates converge, and it is absolutely critical for the regulator of financial services in Ghana, the Bank of Ghana, to collaborate closely with the regulator of the technological and telecommunications platforms that deliver those digital financial services, the National Communications Authority. I said so during the passage of the Payment Systems and Services Act 2009, Act 987, in this very House and in other fora, and was ignored. I hope we've now learnt our lessons and will desist from unnecessary turf wars.
Honourable Minister, your statement has gone beyond the limits of a statement allowed in the House. This you should have done in another forum. If you go through Order 72, you should have limited yourselves to facts which are deemed necessary to be made known to the House. This detailed, comprehensive rendition that you are giving us, it should have been done outside. But if we allow such statements, we will never conduct any business in this House. So please, you may wind up. The First Deputy Speaker is to take the chair. We have another statement pending, and there are some more business. I wanted to stay till the conclusion of your statement, but unfortunately, I have to rush to do some other business. First Deputy Speaker, to take the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was notified on Tuesday that the Business Committee had programmed for me to provide an update on the SIM registration exercise to the House, I was of the opinion that it would be important to brief the House fully on the SIM registration exercise, since it was of such a topical nature and had found its way into the business statement. I didn't request to make the statement, but I was directed to make the statement to the House. So I will be guided by the chair.
Kindly, are you interrupting? Kindly proceed and conclude. Oh, wait, let me listen to the deputy leader here.
Mr. Speaker, I need your guidance on the Order 72. Mr. Speaker, quote, a Minister of State may make an announcement or a statement of government policy. Any such announcement or statement should be limited to facts which it is deemed necessary to make known to the House and should not be designed to provoke debate at this stage. So, Mr. Speaker, going through it, no such thing is said about time. So I was trying to seek your guidance on
what. Please come and continue.
Yeah, sure. I wanted to seek your guidance.
An invitation is declined.
Very well.
Minister, come and continue.
If it pleases Mr. Speaker to do so, I'm obliged, sir.
Honourable Minister, you may. Oh, sorry. Yes, Honourable Deputy Leader. Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your guidance in this matter. Another concern received is the claim that some agents are charging subscribers to register their SIMs. MNOs have been directed to inform their agents to desist from this practice, failing which any agent caught in such an act will be punished. I'll urge any victim of this illegal act to notify the NCA promptly, and action will be taken to deter this practice. I've also heard some people complain that though they had registered their SIMs, those SIMs were blocked. My information is that several of these complaints are from people who did not complete the second stage of the process as required. Such people should contact their MNOs to have the issues resolved, and owners of the SIMs will get their numbers back after duly registering. They must, however, act timeously, as the NCA will shortly announce when this moratorium will end, after which all unregistered SIMs will be permanently blocked from the next networks. If your line has been blocked and you still need it, please go and register. There may, however, be some whose SIMs are blocked inadvertently, even after full registration. Kindly notify the NCA, and a full investigation will be conducted to determine if this was really the case and why it happened. The MNOs are to ensure that their systems work, and no one who has fully registered their SIMs should have it blocked. What has been achieved so far is that every registered SIM is linked to a Ghana card that has had the ownership of the Ghana card verified from the National Identification Authority. Visiting foreigners have registered their SIMs with their passports, and these are only active for 90 days. Almost 30 million SIMs have been registered and can be accounted for after 20 months of this registration exercise, and that is no mean feat. Limits have been set on individual SIM ownership. As indicated earlier, Ghanaians and resident foreigners are limited to 10, visiting foreigners have 3, and corporate entities do not have any limit. However, their SIMs are linked to the Ghana card of a director of the corporate entity. Today, Ghana, through the Ministry of Communications, can boast of an independent national SIM register, which mirrors the SIM registers of the various MNOs. For the very first time in our history, we can accurately project the impact of decisions and actions taken by stakeholders without hazarding guesses. This database is also in the process of being linked to other institutional databases like the GRA to create a data lake and have a more accurate picture of mobile usage and spending patterns. Individual SIM owners can check the number of SIMs linked to their Ghana cards to address the issue of SIMs fraudulently registered with other people's IDs. The NCA will be working with MNOs to ensure that a similar platform is created for corporate entities to be able to do so shortly. Through the SIM registration exercise, we've ensured that commercial operations which were hitherto being conducted without the relevant business registration documents are streamlining their processes with the registrar of companies. You need proper corporate registration documents to register your corporate SIMs. While the Ghana card is mandatory for accessing various government services, we can confidently state that no single service has had the majority of Ghanaian users apart from communication services. Undoubtedly, the SIM registration exercise has galvanized more Ghanaians to register for their Ghana cards than any other exercise so far, ensuring that we have a more comprehensive national ID database. Through the operations of the SIM registration forensic audit team, the MNOs will be compelled to keep a sanitized SIM register, making it easier for security agencies to track suspected criminals or fraudsters on the presentation of a court order. As the IGP indicated recently, the incidence of SIM-based fraud has reduced markedly since the registration exercise started. SIM boxing has almost completely disappeared. It will decline even further with the blocking of unregistered SIMs used to commit or facilitate criminal activity. In terms of national security, the SIM registration will contribute significantly to enhancing national security by reducing the anonymity of mobile phone users. The availability of accurate subscriber information aids law enforcement agencies in investigating and preventing criminal activity. SIM registration will also facilitate the implementation of various government initiatives such as mobile money services, digital financial services, and other electronic transactions. Accurate subscriber identification enables the expansion of these services and enhances financial inclusion. By registering SIM cards, citizens are better protected against fraud, unsolicited messages, and other forms of misuse of mobile phone services. The ability to identify and track individuals engaging in illegal activity provides a sense of security for all of us. Mr. Speaker, so far, 28,948,142 SIMs have been fully registered, while 999,419 have been exempted. And so the total active SIMs are 29,947,561. At the start of the registration exercise, our information was that there were 42,416,459 SIMs, out of which 7,995,679 have been unregistered, unblocked, while 4,473,219 have been delinked and removed from the SIM register. Since the final deadline, increased activity indicates that some of these blocked SIMs are being reactivated following the completion of all necessary processes. However, it's important to note that not all the blocked SIMs are expected on the networks of some of these SIMs were pre-registered SIMs being used for fraud. Some were also for subscribers who may not want to use them again. I'm also informed that almost 280,000 merchant SIMs have not been registered, and a viral video doing the rounds on social media a few weeks ago indicated that some criminal networks have actually acquired merchant SIMs to facilitate their fraudulent activities. Let me reiterate once again that all unregistered merchant SIMs will be blocked permanently at the end of June 2023. Mr. Speaker, the NCA has established a SIM registration forensic audit team tasked to validate the integrity of the service provider's data in the Central SIM Register database, identify discrepancies or inconsistencies between the service provider's database and the Central SIM Register, evaluate the effectiveness of data synchronization processes, assess the accuracy and completeness of the Central SIM Register database, review data entry processes and security controls to mitigate the risk of data manipulation or corruption, and confirm the accuracy of SIM registration data in accordance with the requirements of the SIM regulations and directives of the authority. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, my information is that the SIM cards of some members of Parliament and even the Speaker and leadership were affected by this exercise. The MNOs have been in Parliament several times to assist members to complete the process and will continue to work with the Clerk's Office to facilitate registration for those who want to complete the exercise. By implementing a comprehensive SIM registration exercise, the government aims to reduce fraud, enhance security, and promote responsible use of SIM cards for the benefit of all. I'm counting on the support of colleague MPs to complete this exercise, which will inure to the benefit of all the good people of Ghana. I thank Ghanaians, all SIM users, and all the stakeholders involved in this process for their cooperation as we seek to build a digital Ghana based on sound, secure, foundational digital infrastructure, including a robust national SIM registry. Mr. Speaker, it is digitime in Ghana. Thank you.
Yes, ladies on the table. Are you on your feet? You are not on your feet. Yes. Honorable Member for Nigo Pram Pram.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We're most grateful for this opportunity to hear the Minister for Digitalization and Communication address the House. And she began her pretty lengthy submission by saying that the SIM registration has come to an end with resounding success. Mr. Speaker, success is objective, and what she considers success may not be success in the mind of the ordinary Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, the Minister made the point that previous SIM registration exercises, which happened in this country in 2010, and the Minister for Communication at the time is sitting in this room, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, and he is the only person who's passed legislation for SIM registration in Ghana, as we still speak, LI 2007, was done in a way where you could not identify or verify the identity cards that were used. Mr. Speaker, let us state for a fact that we all support an idea of a clean SIM register in Ghana. But the Minister cannot make a claim in these hallowed chambers that the process she has superintended today is any different from what happened in 2010 or 2012. Because it is a statement of fact, Honorable Minister, that your registration or re-registration process that you are carrying out is not undergoing any verification whatsoever. There is absolutely no biometric verification of the cards that are being presented or of the data that is being collected by the MNOs. And when you suggest to this Honorable House that your process is different and that you are doing a verification of the cards, in fact, let me quote you. In your speech, in your statement to Parliament, you quote, and I quote, "Every registered SIM has been linked to a Ghana card that has been verified by the NIA." Honorable Minister, with the greatest of respect, that is not factual. That is incorrect. I would not want to say it is a lie. Because, Mr. Speaker, let me read from the NIA, which is the single source of truth when it comes to biometric register in our country. I read an NIA letter signed by the Executive Secretary of the NIA, Professor Kenatefa, dated 13th September 2021, and he granted interviews on the 19th of January 2022 to reiterate his letter and stand by his position. This is what he says in paragraph 1A of that letter. The design and development of the process by which the NCA, acting by itself or through a third party, will collect and store biometric data of SIM card holders is exclusive to the NCA. The NIA does not have any input in the development of the said Android registration application, and for this reason, NIA is unable to confirm that the biometric data being collected by the NCA for the purpose described above will meet the standard to enable successful verification against the National Identification System database. This is what the Executive Secretary of the NIA has said and reiterated. And so, Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter is everybody in this room and everybody in this country, including you, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, who have gone to register your SIM with a Ghana card, your data has not been verified against the National Identity System because the NIA has refused to verify the data. And Mr. Speaker, the NIA is doing it because of a law that this House passed. Mr. Speaker, LI 2111, which is the LI that the Minister bases the SIM re-registration on. She says she's doing this exercise under Section 7 of LI 2111. But LI 2111 doesn't end at Section 7. The Minister should have proceeded to read Section 9 of LI 2111. And I read, Mr. Speaker, where an individual produces a national identity card to a person specified under Regulation 8.1 in compliance with a request, and that person has reason to believe that the national identity card was not issued by the authority, the person may ascertain the authenticity of the national ID card by using a portable identity card reader. And it states what he should do. But the catch here is in 9.3. It says, the authority may by notice published in the Gazette specify the types of instruments approved by the authority as portable identity card readers for the purposes of this regulation. Mr. Speaker, again, I put it on record in this House that the NCA and the MNOs have not gone to the NIA to verify and authenticate the portable readers that they claim they are using, and it has not been published in any gazette. And so you are acting in violation of Section 9 of LI 2111, and it is on that basis, and if you reference the letter I read from the NIA boss, he actually quotes it in paragraph 2 of his statement, that on the basis of the fact that the NCA has not submitted itself to the NIA for verification, the NIA cannot verify the data. Mr. Speaker, that is the reason why honorable members and even the official phone number of the Speaker will face the challenges that it is facing. Because people have registered, but because they are registering through a third-party app that is not being authenticated against the National Identification System, you have these problems. Mr. Speaker, my SIM card, one of my SIM cards has been blocked. And it is because I haven't registered, and I'll come to that. But Mr. Speaker, when I use the NCA's own short code, *400#, and Mr. Speaker, if the cameras could zoom in, they would verify what I'm saying. When I do *400# on my phone, the response that I get from the NCA through the MNO I use is this, and my colleagues here can verify. It states my name. What is my name there? George Samuel Nate. Then it tells me, please dial *404# to link your Ghana card to your SIM card. I have not sent any document to the MNO. So how do they know my name if they don't have my details? Mr. Speaker, this is the point we are raising. And you see, the minister says that, oh, people should have chosen not to register. People, Madam Minister, since December 2022, every month I have been to the National Identification District Office in Pampam to register. The NIA office in Prampam, like every other district office across the country, since December 2022, has stopped registering Ghanaian citizens. So how then do you expect? And you see, Ghana is not Accra, but even in Accra, if you ask anybody to come from Adan all the way to a premium center in Accra on the Liberation Avenue, Calbank, to come and transport themselves and come and pay premium 280 Ghana cedis before they get a card they are entitled to for free, how do you expect them to register? You may take this as a joke, but anybody coming from the Afram Plains, Donkor would have to go all the way to Koforidua. Mr. Speaker,
you've spoken long enough.
Mr. Speaker, the statement was very long, and there are many issues that were raised, but I will wrap up in conclusion.
No. Going round.
No. So, Mr. Speaker,
registration, renewal, the same matters.
Mr. Speaker, let us be clear that the NCA, acting on the directives of the Minister for Communications and working through the MNOs, has created what poses the biggest national security threat to our country today. With what they have done, which is, for want of a better phrase, I would not want to call it reckless, but an indiscriminate blocking of SIM cards of Ghanaians who ought to have access to their SIM cards for the conduct of business and sustenance of livelihood. Mr. Speaker, I call upon this House to impress on the Minister for Communications to go back to the drawing board and engage the NIA and do a proper process. But Mr. Speaker, this country can only seek solace in the fact that the next NDC administration in 2025 will do a proper SIM registration that will verify the identities of people. Because today, Mr. Speaker, if the minister's system was up to date and really robust as she wants us to believe, nobody would have been able to use your biometric data to go and register SIM cards without your knowledge. And so, Mr. Speaker, people are at risk today for them to be picked up by the police for fraud committed by SIM cards that they didn't register, but because the system that the minister put in place was not robust enough to stop those processes. Mr. Speaker, we need to protect the people who voted us into this chamber. And in doing that, we ask the minister to go back to the drawing board, engage her technical people at the NCA, and engage and work with the NIA for us to have a trial. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the Minister's statement. Mr. Speaker, I will pick the statement the Minister made. She made an indication that those who have not yet registered their SIM cards, but have started the process from the NIA to get their cards, will be given the opportunity to extend their registration exercise. Mr. Speaker, let me indicate that, as my colleague said, Ghana is not only in Accra and Kumasi and Cape Coast. Ghana extends beyond these cities. We have individuals from my constituency in Bukurubu who are largely have not registered their SIM cards, their Ghana cards, because Ghana card is not able to produce their cards for them. They are not educated to access any portal or apply through any means by the NCA to get their SIM cards extended for them. How are these people going to apply to get extension for their SIM cards to be registered in a later date? Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the agency responsible for the national database on SIM cards are charging people 5 Ghana cedis to register. The question I want to ask the minister is, how did they arrive by these 5 Ghana cedis for individuals to pay and register their SIM cards? We, on the Communications Committee, I've had the opportunity to interact with other stakeholders, and we can report to the House that the Minister has not in any way consulted with all stakeholders, including the Communications Committee. The Minister is working alone. The Ghana card producers are not in any way involved in this whole exercise. When they appeared before the committee, we asked them whether these agencies holding our national data are properly certificated by the Data Commission Authority. Data Protection Commission indicated to us that they had not in any way certified this agency to manage our national data. It is legally mandated on agencies that manage national data to be properly certificated by Data Protection Commission. We can talk about the SNIT, we can talk about Controller Accountant General, and we can talk about the GVLA, we can talk about the Electoral Commission. These agencies are properly certificated by the Data Protection Commission. But this particular agency that is managing our SIM card database are not. We asked the Minister, she was not forthcoming with answers. Up to date, she has not finished the committee as to whether these people are properly constituted to manage our national data. Mr. Speaker, there are reports of agents who are using other people's ID cards to register other consumers. As my colleague indicates, we are sitting on a time bomb. People will be arrested for crimes that they have not committed because they've had their SIM card registered by people without their knowledge. The Minister has painted a picture as if all is well. It is not well. Mr. Speaker, I walked to the MTN head office to register my 2 SIM cards. But on the 9th of 1st June, I had those SIM cards blocked. How did that happen? How did that happen, Madam Minister? Please, we want to make an appeal that the Minister go back to the drawing board, ask all stakeholders to sit around the table and iron out the outstanding issues that the committee has pointed out to her so that we can have a successful SIM card. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, we will be compelled to do another registration exercise in the future government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Let me, without any doubt, indicate that while the statement of the Minister of Commendation, it nevertheless comes with very serious problems. And Mr. Speaker,
if you are suffering in hell, blame death. I remember before the commencement of this exercise, we on this side of the House had the opportunity to interact with the Minister at the Ministry. In fact, at the NCA head office. And in the discussions that ensued, we made a conscious effort to point out to the Minister that first and foremost, anchoring this exercise on the strength of the Ghana card being the sole identity document was going to be replete with so many problems. Indeed, we described it as a recipe for disaster. Because we are fundamentally seeking to anchor your work on a documentation and a document you don't control, over which you have no opportunity to regulate. Because while the Ghana card was being issued by the NIA, the exercise was going to be carried out by the NCA. And the Ministry of Communications does not regulate the work of the NIA. So if there are problems with the issuance of the card, how is the ministry, if that active collaboration is not there? And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, in this very house, when we invited the NIA, they made it abundantly clear here that they are not working under the supervision of the Ministry of Communications or any other body, except the body under which the Ministry of Interior that exercises oversight over it. So ab initio, that was problematic, and we didn't need to get there in the first case, Mr. Speaker, because LI 2111, on which they anchored the action, nowhere, Mr. Speaker, in LI 211 does it say that the Ghana card should be the sole identity document. Nowhere. It only discusses it as a main document. Main is not coterminous with sole. So in trying to point out this, we said that other forms of identification, Mr. Speaker, could be used. The fact that the ministry had to do a number of deadlines, extend more deadlines, indicated to them that clearly many more Ghanaians have been left out through no fault of theirs. Mr. Speaker, as you speak today, and going by the minister's own statistics, about 43 million SIM cards, and we have done only 29. You have an excess of close to about 30 million SIM cards that stand the risk of being deactivated. These are Ghanaians for whom we have a bounding duty in this house to speak for. A lot of them are unable to go through this exercise because they cannot have access to the Ghana card through no fault of theirs. Mr. Speaker, in my own constituency, there are places where you go, towns and villages of population of 700, 800. You ask people to how many of them have Ghana cards. Mr. Speaker, sometimes you can't even find 10 people. 10, single 10. You cannot. And so there are many people through no fault of theirs, they cannot access the Ghana card. And today we are even told that some degree of corruption is taking place, where people have to go and pay money, sometimes to even jump queues, or sometimes to get priority to have the Ghana card. So we didn't need to do this, Mr. Speaker. We just needed to open up and form some other forms of identification. I am not impressed with that argument. That has it that there are flaws with some of our identity systems, either the passport or the birth certificate or the driver license. And that is why we have to jettison those other forms of identification and accept the Ghana card as the sole identification document for authentication of our SIM cards. So I think that the answer, Mr. Speaker, if you trip and fall, look at where you trip, don't look at where you are falling. I think that we should come back again and see that, look, with this more than 30 million Ghanaians who still cannot authenticate their cards, SIM cards, not Ghanaians, sorry, 30 million plus cards that stand the risk of being deactivated. We can still go back onto the drawing board like my colleague suggested and look at the matter again and ensure that at least we give them the opportunity, fair opportunity as it will be, to go and access the Ghana card needful. So, Mr. Speaker, as legitimate representatives of the people in this house, we have a duty to speak for our people. We are the voice of the people, and I want to urge that the minister, in making the statement, would have been cognizant of the fact that she wants to get more lessons from here, for people to point out certain shortcomings, for her to take it on board and ensure that she can go back to the drawing board with the NCA under her watch to do a very decent job. So I'd like to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity and to say that it is important that in carrying out national exercises of this character, it's always important, sometimes when advice comes before we commence, to listen and take certain concerns on board. And I'm sure that when the implementation of that exercise starts, would have imbibed some very useful advice that will contribute to the success. I have put that in my mind that this is a very important exercise. And it must be very clear that this is a SIM re-registration. Mr. Speaker, it's important to clarify that. It's a SIM re-registration. It's not a registration. It signifies that people already have registered and have bona fide rights to those SIM cards. So it is not just easy to do away with those cards. In fact, it has legal implications, and those who want to even contest it can do so, because in registering the first registration that they did, they are clothed with certain legal rights to the use of those SIM cards. And so, if we are doing a re-registration whose objectives I don't doubt are noble, we should nevertheless ensure that people's legitimate rights and freedoms are embodied in those SIM cards, and we should not just take them away like that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, let me thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the very comprehensive and thorough statement made by the Honorable Minister for Communication on the state of registration and re-registration of SIMs. Mr. Speaker, the word SIM itself, SIM, means subscriber identity model. And therefore, it's an imperative for us to support the minister and government to succeed in getting Ghanaian SIM holders properly registered for purposes of fighting crime, particularly anonymous crime, and for purposes for which mobile telephony has come to be accepted as a very important tool. But Mr. Speaker, cautious in one the minister's declaration of a huge success of the exercise. So, Minister, I will caution you when you come to be a judge in your own court and then make a declaration of how profound the success of a SIM registration is. Listening to the ranking member and other members of the Communication Committee, Mr. Speaker, I intend to highlight for the minister's attention three important issues. One, stakeholder consultation. How thorough, how comprehensive was the engagement and consultation with stakeholders, including the regulator, the National Communications Authority, the telecom chamber, and mobile network operators in our country. What is the level of consultation that is leading to the conclusion that you have come to? That, Mr. Speaker, everywhere in the world, SIMs are registered. Even in Ghana, with a mobile penetration of 140%, which reflects in 44.9 million persons with multiplicity of SIMs. When you come and say that you have registered a half of them and call it a huge success, that leaves much for us to look at. But Mr. Speaker, I like the ABF Husseini has spoken. I don't know whether I have his authority to use this proverb. A woman doesn't jump a man's thigh to make love to the man or to mate with the man. I intend not to pay royalties to you. If you do,
sorry, can you repeat that? I'm interested in that.
Mr. Speaker, the government say, and I like the ABA will polish it for me, but today I have no royalties to pay for him. That a woman doesn't jump over a man's thigh and at the same time still anticipate to mate or have a good companion with a man. You see, when you jump of it, you jump out of it, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, at the core of our problem necessarily may not be the Minister for Communication. The inaccessibility and non-availability of the Ghana cards to deserving Ghanaians is at the core of this problem, and we must deal with this problem as the inaccessible, unavailable Ghana card to deserving Ghanaian citizens which may be thwarting the minister's effort and worthy effort to get Ghanaians registered onto the SIM. And Mr. Speaker, as observed rightly by the Honourable Member for Bunkurubu, Mr. Speaker, when you go to the hinterlands, their access to Ghana card is not as easy as what is happening in urban Accra. And Minister, you are the last person we should be discussing the viability and social significance of mobile telephony. Those whose SIMs have so been blocked, some have suffered relationship problems, some probably have lost their girlfriends, contact with their significant others, even some have been threatened with divorce, very possible, because why have you not reached out to him or to her? Because your SIM has been blocked. That excuse, she may be creating problems for many marriages with this SIM block as a social problem. But Mr. Speaker, on a more serious note, you know, mobile telephony is significant. Minister, so we are saying that don't just block SIMs when the fault or problem is not from the person who is holding the SIM.
1 minute. Honourable members, having regards to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. Time will continue.
Mr. Speaker, just take even birthdays, those who forget people's birthday, whether for purpose of entertainment, for purpose of personal emergencies. Mobile phone is important, alarms and reminders. Now people study on it. So the principle of SIM registration, be assured that you have the wholehearted support of this House, that Ghana needs a dedicated SIM regime. So beyond the inaccessibility and non-availability of Ghana card, the second problem, Mr. Speaker, we try to deal with it, is there are too many silos of data in Ghana. That is my view. Too many silos of data. Why are you taking biometric of a person for a SIM card, biometric for a national ID card, biometric for a national health insurance, biometric for SNIT? Too many silos of data. What this country needs is harmonized, and the Electoral Commission of Ghana is synchronization and harmonization of data. So the problem, as I listen to the Honorable Sam George, is that you don't even have a data sharing infrastructure nor a data sharing platform. So when you register your SIM, how do you get it verified on a National Identification Authority platform when you don't have an infrastructure for data sharing? We need that, and you can provide the leadership in that respect. This country needs a data infrastructure sharing platform, maybe coordinated by policy through you, but we don't have one. It's the same problem with the Electoral Commission. You want to use national ID card, yes, use it, but how do you relate it with your own identity numbers with that of National Identification Authority? So the Honorable Sam George provides the succinct details of your relationship with National Identification Authority. Is public knowledge. We all heard Kenneth Ifwa and where NIA stand and the relationship with the exercise you are undertaking. For us as a country, the theft war must cease. The theft war must cease. As to who is in charge, who is in control, SIM is your theft. But identification is his theft. How do we reconcile it for the benefit of the Ghanaian? You must be seen working with them. And therefore, this institutional hostility must cease, Minister. Then, I think that given the statistics, Mr. Speaker, this House must advise the Minister to work gingerly and cautiously that denying persons access to their mobile telephone can be fatal to social harmony, the stability of home, the institution of businesses, for academic work, for research and other things. And therefore, we are not saying that don't do the exercise. This House must make sure that the NIA is able to complete the exercise and complete it well. And stop this discrimination of come and pay and get it. If you cannot pay, you cannot get it. I mean, I use Tamale South, Mr. Speaker, as my constituency. Over 100,000 voters. I have less than 60,000 who have Ghana card. The last search was around 58,000. So there's a problem. So it is not her problem. It is Ministry of Finance is not giving enough money to National Identification Authority. Even what they came and promised here, they haven't honored it.
They haven't owned it. So let's deal with it. But Mr. Speaker, let's assure the minister that in principle, this is unrelated. Mobile network operators, I sympathize with you because Ghana's telecom landscape is getting to the worst business opportunity. I mean, even how my tax government made from mobile network operators have dwindled over time. It may be in terms of numbers, but what we used to get, I'm hearing, and I don't want to believe it, that even Ghana Telecom, Vodafone, which was worth $1 billion in 2008, has been offered for sale at not more than $100 million. How did that happen? Someday you have to come and brief this house on the state of Vodafone, because this is what I hear, that it's been sold out to who? How did you secure the consent of the minority shareholder, which is the government of Ghana? So an asset which was worth $1 billion, 2008, today not more than $100 million US. This is something that in the foreseeable future we will ask you to come and respond to. So, Mr. Speaker, largely we support the principle. Vodafone, Ghana Telecom, Vodafone, Ghana Telecom. What's your problem, Coach? So, Minister, we support SIM registration, but do it right. The consultation they are asking for is important. Don't block people's SIM, because the mobile telephone is a good source of social harmony and peace in our homes, and for sustenance of businesses, and for proper academic work. Don't just block it because somebody has no SIM, through no fault of that person. If NIA fails in getting a Ghana card for me, and you insist on it as a sole source, this is what you get. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As the leadership wish to contribute. Leadership. Very well. Leader here. Honorable Minister, would you want to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the statements made by the Honorable Sam George exhibit a marked misunderstanding or lack of appreciation of the process that has been put in place for the SIM card registration exercise. No entity is collecting and storing biometric data for this exercise. That is not what is being done. And no entity is using any device for that purpose, any portable reader for that purpose, which requires the prior approval of the National Identification Authority. It is palpably false to say that there is no verification with the National Identification Authority, because the initial stage of the process involves linking your SIM card with your Ghana card. Now it goes directly and queries the database of the National Identification Authority, and that system was set up in close collaboration between the MNOs, the NCA, and the NIA. And that is how you start the SIM registration exercise ab initio. So before you even go on to collecting your biometric database, your SIM card is already linked with your Ghana card. And when you have, if you have done that, and you haven't done so, so you can shake your head. But for everyone who has done that, when you link your Ghana card with your SIM card, it sends you a unique code. And it is that unique code that will enable you to proceed to the second stage, to even do the biometric capture. Now, why are we doing that? Why did we institute the biometric capture phase? To weed out the possibility of the same Ghana card being used for multiple people, or multiple SIMs, but for multiple people. And so just as if we were having a manual form filling exercise and affixing your photograph with it, and having you go through the subjective exercise of having an individual determine that the person sitting before me is the person whose photograph is affixed to this card. we decided to use digital technology and artificial intelligence to perform a likeness, a liveliness check, as I indicated in my statement. And so instead of an individual deciding that this is Kweku Mensah sitting before me, whose picture is on this Ghana card, the Ghana card is scanned, your picture is taken, and the system compares the photograph of the individual taking, applying for registration with the Ghana card. You don't need the NIA for this process because you're not collecting and storing biometric data. And that is why you exhibit a distinct lack of appreciation of the technical process that was put in place to conduct this exercise. And I indicated that it is a double factor authentication process that has been put in place. So instead of me deciding that this indeed is Honorable Sam George who is presenting his Ghana card, technology does it. And that's all it does. That biometric data, those fingerprints are not stored in a database. They are not stored, they are part of the process of deciding or determining that the individual sitting in front of me is actually the person whose image is on the Ghana card, and that's what you do not appreciate. So I will not belabor that point because today I'm also trying to quote a proverb. You cannot wake up a person who is pretending to sleep. You can never wake up a person who is pretending to sleep. How can you wake him up if he's pretending to sleep? You can't wake him up. And Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the concerns of members expressed about the Ghana card and the lack of it, which has contributed to some people being unable to register their SIM cards. And that is what has led to the multiple extensions of it. But as I indicated, some people genuinely had Ghana cards and had refused to register like Honorable Sam George. And what can you do about that person? You can't do anything about that person. The National Communications Authority has offices in all regions of this country. What we as members of Parliament can do to help our constituents is to assist them to apply for the Ghana card. And all the NCA requires at this stage is evidence of having made an effort to apply for the Ghana card and not having received it. That's all the NCA requires at this stage. We cannot have a blanket exemption because we all know that some fraudsters are hiding behind the anonymity of this process to defraud others. And so if we give a blanket exemption, we're just allowing them to continue perpetrating their fraudulent activities on all individuals. So what the NCA requires at this stage is for individuals to apply for the card. You may not have received it. Apply for it. Send them evidence of your application for it. And your card will be exempted from the exercise. And, Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely no institutional, how did you put it, hostility or turf war between the NIA and the NCA. They have worked very closely together so far. They constantly interact in this exercise, and they are continuing to do so. In the initial stage of the exercise, there was some misunderstanding on the part of these institutions when they assumed that we were going to use a particular mode to register this exercise and didn't understand, like you don't, the architecture that was put in place for this exercise. And the Honorable MP for Bunkurubu can assist his constituents to notify the NCA of any challenges that they may have in this exercise. It's also not true that the Data Protection Commission is not involved in this exercise. They are one of the stakeholders that have been part of this exercise from inception to date. I am not aware of any time that you confronted me in a committee meeting about this, and I was unable to give you a satisfactory answer. So your statement was factually incorrect, and I have to make that as forcefully as I can. As I indicated in the Data Protection Commission is one of the institutions that were consulted as a key stakeholder in this exercise. So I'm not sure any official of the Data Protection Commission will come and tell you that they have not been involved in this exercise. It is also not correct that any entity involved in this exercise is not registered with the Data Protection Commission. That is factually incorrect. Every single entity, public and private, involved in this registration exercise has been fully trained and is registered with the Data Protection Commission as a data controller. So kindly check your facts again. My information is that there are 7.9 million SIM cards that have been blocked. Even as we speak, several of those are being unblocked because they haven't been permanently blocked. They have been deactivated from receiving services, but as and when they regularize their status, they are quickly brought up on air. And I gave the statistics of those that have been reactivated. If you like, I can go through it again. MTN has reactivated 117,399 SIM cards since from 1st to 6th June. Vodafone, 77,410 SIM cards, and Airtel Tigo, 30,335 SIM cards, just within that 5-day period. And I haven't received the statistics since then, but each day these cards are being reactivated. Mr. Speaker, extensive stakeholder consultation was held throughout this process, and as I indicated, a standing technical which meets weekly or bi-weekly, comprising representatives of all MNOs, the technical service provider, and the NCA, meet regularly to review the process of this SIM registration exercise. They also have a communications committee comprising representatives of all stakeholders, which meets regularly. And so I can confirm that extensive stakeholder consultation was held, is being held, and will continue to be held to facilitate the conclusion of this process. I agree with you about silo databases, and we'll have an announcement to make on that very, very soon. And Mr. Speaker, the Honorable former minority leader said I shouldn't congratulate myself, but to quote Chino Achebe, the lizard which fell from the Iroko tree said that if nobody will congratulate him, he will praise himself.
Honorable Samuel Nate George says that he doesn't have a Ghana card. He wants that to be on record. I've said that for you. Otherwise, this is not supposed to be generate a debate. So the record. No, we are closed. I have two other statements. One by Honorable Bejra. Honorable Bejra will make a statement in honor of the appointment of the Right Honorable Speaker Babing as President, Conference of Speakers and Heads of African Parliaments. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to extend gratitude to you for the opportunity to join the numerous well-wishers, both in Ghana and the continent at large, in expressing my heartfelt congratulations to you, Right Honorable Speaker, and on your well-deserved appointment as President of the Conference of Speakers and Heads of African Parliamentarians, COSAP. your appointment and inauguration into office, which took place in Abuja, Nigeria on the 27th May 2023, brings an indescribable sense of honor and excitement to our nation. The establishment of the Conference of Speakers and Heads of African Parliaments is a landmark initiative that reflects our shared commitment to increase collaboration, cooperation, and the pursuit of joint solutions to address the common challenges faced by our beloved continent. Your appointment serves as a statement to your exceptional leadership qualities and unwavering dedication to the advancement of Africa's democratic principles and development. As we celebrate this remarkable achievement, the words of Nelson Mandela reverberate within us. As I quote, "It is in your hands to make a better world for all who live in it," unquote. Your visionary leadership and profound understanding of the significance of collaborative action are evident in your commitment to strengthen the future and longevity of Africa's democratic dispensation. We wholeheartedly support your effort to forge partnership with neighboring parliaments, fostering a culture of collaborative representation at every level of governance. May you succeed as you lead this noble institution to advocate for debt cancellation campaign initiative, DCCI. Your call to safeguard and strengthen the role of and powers of legislatures across the continent is of paramount importance. Kwame Nkrumah once said, "I am not an African because I was born in Africa, but because Africa was born in me." It is imperative that we prioritize inclusive budgeting and policy planning to ensure that the needs of our women, youth, and people living with disabilities are addressed, and that they are provided with equal opportunities to thrive and contribute to national development of our great continent. The agency with which you emphasize the creation and sustainability of an enabling legislative environment for public-private partnership, as well as the enhancement of the capacity and effectiveness of African interparliamentary institutions, is truly commendable. Your vision aligns perfectly with the ideals of the great leaders such as Julius Nyerere, who believe that unity is not an abstract concept, but a practical necessity for the survival of our people. Through your leadership, we are confident that Africa will witness tangible progress in public, financial, and economic management, collaborative strategies, and the resolution of critical issues that affect us all. Honorable Speaker Gbagin, your rich political and leadership background makes you eminently capable of delivering on this mandate. Your mentorship and guidance have positively impacted numerous members of Parliament, including myself, providing us with invaluable opportunities and exposure to serve on several sub-regional, continental, and global interparliamentary associations. Your dedication to Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, the Pan-African Parliament, and various other parliamentary associations has strengthened our ability to contribute meaningfully to the global discourse and advocate for the interests of our nation. The news of your appointment has filled the hearts of the Ghanaian people with immense pride and joy. We recognize the significance of this moment as it reinforces our belief in the power of African unity and leadership. As members of Parliament, we stand firmly united in our unwavering support for you, Right Honourable Speaker, as you undertake this noble endeavour. We have complete confidence in your ability to lead with integrity, wisdom, and relentless commitment to the advancement of Africa's parliamentary institution and the betterment of our beloved continent. Once again, Mr. Speaker, please accept my warmest congratulations on your appointment as President of the Conference of African Heads of Parliament. May your tenure be filled with resounding success, and may your leadership pave the way for united, prosperous, and harmonious Africa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I do not intend that we prolong this one, so I was going to allow one contribution each from either side, in addition to the leaders, if any. But I don't see anybody on his feet from this side.
You can give it all to us. We are proud of the speaker and we speak.
Very well, so I'll give two from here. I recognize Busa North or South. Busa South. And then, well, I don't see you on your feet, so if we come up on your feet, I recognize you. Very well. So I'll start from the honorable member for Busa South.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to say a few words in relation to the promotion and elevation of our Speaker in that august place. I am not surprised at all. The pedigree of our Speaker is clear for everybody to see. And I am of the view that it's all meritocracy. A lot of people believe that good things can just happen. Good things will not just happen. It takes effort, it takes integrity, it takes longevity for good things to happen. I'm hearing also that now in this great place of decision making and the making of law, the attrition rate is very high. And we will not give space to a one-time member of parliament to even learn the ropes and then graduate into prominence because of some illusion outside. Now, here is the Bank of Ghana. When you enter here, all your poverty will be solved. On the contrary, I can see this place as a place of public service. I've never seen a place where the individual who is serving a constituency is stretched and challenged, and every conceivable imagination he has to meet than this place. And therefore, for us to come to the point in which we'll have international recognition that a Ghanaian of consequence will rise, then let's look at our politics critically so that, people will be groomed, people will be given the space to become strong. And then when they are measured internationally, it's not like you're doing him a favor. Ghana has produced a man of stature, and it is recognized internationally. I'm afraid if we do not permit this arrangement to go on, a time is going to come that internationally, by some parliaments that have really permitted space and individuals have become so important. So I thank the Almighty God that Ghana is in the eyes of the world in terms of refined democracy. They've passed a vote of confidence in Ghana that one of a kind to aspire so high, and it also are democratic credentials. I believe that many more of us, many more from this chamber, will one day be ascend this high office, and Ghana will be proud for it. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to say more than this, that I want to congratulate the Speaker on this huge international status is acquired or has been bestowed upon him, and Ghana is better off for it. I'm grateful to you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Busasa. Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to contribute to the very worthy statement made to eulogize our Speaker. Indeed, if we were to delve into the Speaker's history and the contributions that he has made to Ghana's parliamentary democracy, I believe 24 hours would not be enough. Suffice it to say that being selected as the convener of speakers of African parliaments is no mean achievement. Mr. Speaker, we all know the pedigree of Speaker, as has been indicated by earlier speakers. And we know the role that Ghana has played and continues to play as far as the progress of the African continent is concerned. And I must say that this sounds to me as though it's by dint of destiny that our Speaker has been given this unique and singular privilege to lead as the Speaker of all African speakers. It should be a time of pride for us as a nation and as a people, and we must endeavor to ensure that we continue to fly the flag of Ghana high by upholding very high standards and conducting ourselves above reproach, so that we will continue to be seen as worthy of these types of continental recognitions. But, Mr. Speaker, whilst I want to keep this short, I must express my disappointment. I express my disappointment because I have not noticed or seen the Ghanaian media giving this unique opportunity the leverage and attention that it deserves. And I think that is unfortunate. But it is not too late. It is not too late that we recognize this honor done us through our Speaker. We wish our Speaker well. We wish him God's guidance to continue to steer our own parliament ahead and to do his best for all African parliaments. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I am grateful.
Well, yes, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank the maker of the statement. And please, Mr. Speaker, and to say that we are very proud of Speaker's achievement. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't come as a surprise for us in Ghana, because, Mr. Speaker, we have followed the career of the Honorable, the Right Honorable Speaker. We know that he served his community as a member of parliament with excellence. The longest serving member of parliament in the history of our parliament. And we store the record here. He was a minority leader, a majority leader, at some point a minister of state, second deputy speaker. He's not the Speaker of Ghana. And these achievements did not come by chance. He achieved them because of dedication and hard work. And so, Mr. Speaker, for him to have been recognized by his peers on a continental level is something that we as a country must be very proud of. Mr. Speaker, we wish him well. And on behalf of the members of Parliament, we believe, of course, please, Mr. Speaker, let me congratulate the Speaker for being recognized by his peers on a continental level and making Ghana very proud. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, on behalf of the House, I congratulate Right Honorable ASK Babing on his appointment as the President. Our leader, he's not on his feet. He's looking at me, but I haven't seen him on his feet. Yes, leader.
Speaker, let me appreciate the statement made by an honorable colleague, Honorable Bejra, in respect of the Right Honorable Speaker. Speaker, the circumstances of his nomination to the position is well known. But the Speaker, when on such an occasion, the Deputy Minority Leader assumes the position of the House and claims to speak for all of us, the Speaker, I would say that I have nothing useful to add. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, there are a few more statements. One in particular which I consider important on the outbreak of Anthrax. It's a very short statement which I think you should permit the maker to make on the outbreak of Anthrax. The honourable member for Nabdam will read the statement on Anthrax.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for permitting me to make this important statement on the outbreak of anthrax infection in the Upper East region. Mr. Speaker, anthrax is caused by a bacterium, Bacillus anthracis. Spores of the bacilli are highly resistant to extreme temperatures and humidity. These spores can be passed over from an animal to another. Human beings are infected by coming into contact with infected animals or contaminated meat. Mr. Speaker, the skin can be infected, causing maculopapular rashes. The spores can be inhaled, causing cough and complicating in pleural effusion. The spores are therefore used in biological warfare, what is known as bioterrorism. Also, the consumption of poorly cooked infected or can cause gastrointestinal symptoms. These include vomiting blood, passing bloody stools, and abdominal pains. Confirmation of the diagnosis is done by bacterioscopy bacteriology, or serology. Management is with antibiotics. Mortalities remain very high if poorly untreated at about 90%. Right Honorable Speaker, the current outbreak was first noted in Binduri and has spread to the Boko Bolga municipality, Boko West, Pusiga, Telansi, Garu and Timpani districts. As at 7 June 2023, 3 human deaths have been recorded and about 30 cases have tested positive for the anthrax bacteria. Also, a number of cattle, sheep, and goats exceeding 30 have died. Mr. Speaker, there is a collaborative effort between the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, and other stakeholders to contain the situation. There was even an emergency meeting of the Regional Public Health Emergency Management Committee on Tuesday, the 6th of June, 2023. The following measures were recommended. 1. A ban on the movement of ruminants, such as goats, sheep, pig, donkeys, cattle, and dogs, from the eastern corridor of the region. Farmers are advised to bring their animals for free vaccination. Other measures being undertaken by stakeholders include contact tracing of infected persons. There is also prophylaxis treatment of exposed persons. Mr. Speaker, there is the need for cultural reforms and behaviors among some tribes in northern Ghana in the face of the impending epidemic. As part of the funeral preparation and burial of loved ones, depending upon the personality involved, cows, sheep, goats, and fowls are slaughtered under unhygienic conditions to be shared in their raw state to some families. These slaughtered animals are made to lie down for many hours before they are shared. Some individuals, after slaughtering the animals, eat the raw meat, while others consume the carcasses of dead animals. At the wrong side of the veterinary officers, sick animals are sold to butchers. There is the need, therefore, to educate our butchers to comply with veterinary inspection of their products. In conclusion, I therefore call for support and cooperation from all stakeholders before the outbreak becomes a regional or a national catastrophe. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I'm done.
Now, members, I'll allow one contribution. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me commend my colleague, Honorable Dr. Mark Nawani, for bringing this to the attention of the House. As he indicated, the reported cases of anthrax started in Binduri, which is just the constituency that adjoins my constituency, Boku Central. And from his statement, he's also indicated that some cases have now been reported in the neighboring constituencies, including Boku Central. Indeed, anthrax by its nature is a very deadly virus, both in terms of its fatality when it infects animals and also its fatality when it infects humans. And therefore, we must take the issue seriously. We must also consider that given the frequency of movement of animals from our part of the country to the rest of the country, the possibility of the infection spreading to other parts of the country is also very high. And therefore, we must treat it as a national issue and not just an issue that is confined to the Boku, Binduri, and Upper East areas alone, because those parts of the country have been the source of the supply of animal products to the southern part of the country. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a very important matter that we must all be alive to and get the various agencies of state acting to prevent its spread. So, Speaker, one of the recommendations that has been made is for the farmers to bring their animals for free vaccination. So, Speaker, if you want to stop the movement of animals for fear that they will infect others, and yet you say that the farmers should bring the animals for free vaccination, how are they going to get the animals to you for free vaccination? They would have to move them from their current locations up to your location where you are going to carry out the vaccination. And so, as a measure, the extension officers should rather be resourced to go out there in the community and vaccinate the animals in their various locations instead of a proposal that involves moving the animals sometimes over long distances and in the process risking the exposure of other animals to the animals that are moving to the location where they are going to be vaccinated. So, Mr. Speaker, I also think that we should, as much as possible, consider it a national emergency, and resources should be moved to those areas to make it possible for the health system to be able to immediately support the treatment that might occur, incidents of infections among humans, and therefore antibiotics and other medicines that will help to deal with infections should also be mobilized and deployed in the hospitals in the districts where we have reported cases of anthrax, so that where we discover human infections, we can have the capacity to treat and prevent further spread of the infections. Mr. Speaker, I will say that this should be considered a national issue, that all the emergency systems that we activated during COVID, we have at least demonstrated a capacity as a country, and therefore within the locations that we have the infections, those emergency systems should be activated so that if we have infections, we can effectively deal with them. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend my colleague for bringing this up here for us to discuss, and then to say that in the not too distant future, we may be summoning the Ministers of Agriculture and also the Minister for Health so they can appear before this House and give us some updates on what the situation really is like and what steps they have taken and the effectiveness of the measures that they are putting in place or have undertaken. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, honourable members. That brings us to the end of statement time for today. Other commencement of public business? Presentation of papers. Item 6A by the Majority Leader. AI.
Mr. Speaker, given where we are, if you permit me to just present all of them in one stream, that is 6A. I can do all of them just by one act of presentation, that is just one bow, but it will cover all the others.
Very well.
6A.
I'll call all of them I to V, and then you will present them together. So item A, I.
Annual report of the Public Interest and Accountability Committee on the management and use of petroleum revenues for the period January to December 2022. Budget performance report in respect of the National Commission for Civic Education for the period January to December 2022.
We'll take the I to B together. So I.
Public budget performance report in respect of the audit service for the period January to December 2022.
I.
Budget performance report in respect of the National Labour Commission January to December 2022.
My V.
Budget performance report in respect of the Legal Aid Commission for the period January to December 2022.
V. So you've read the V, budget performance, very well. Now you may present them together, so I'll refer them.
Speaker, I just want to be sure if she read out I, budget performance in respect of the National Commission for Civic Education. Was it done? Okay.
Honourable members, the papers are duly presented. I refer to the Public Accounts Committee to consider and report. Item B. Yes.
Speaker, these are internal reports, so they will go to the various committees.
They are all very well. Let me take them one by one then. AI will go to Committee on Finance. I will go to Committee on Education. NCC. I will go to Special Audit.
Special Budget.
Special Budget Committee, NCC. Very well, Special Budget Committee. Audit Service will go to the Public Accounts Committee or Audit Accounts.
The Speaker is the Special Budget.
Very well.
Audit Service.
They're all going. Very well. I is referred to the Special Budget Committee. IB is referred to the Special Budget Committee or Committee on Employment and Labor. And V will go to the Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, Legal Aid. Very well. Now, item B is to be laid by the Minister for Trade and Industry. Will the leader lay it on his behalf? Or item B?
Speaker, if I may seek your indulgence to present this paper on behalf of the Minister for Trade and Industry.
Budget performance report in respect of Ministry of Trade and Industry for the period January to December 2022.
The report is duly laid. It's presented Committee on Trade and Industry to consider and report. Item C has to be laid by the Minister for Local Government Decentralization and Rural Development. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Speaker, to seek indulgence to present these papers on behalf of the Minister responsible for local government decentralization and rural development. And if you further indulge me, that we put all of them in one basket and present them in the House.
Very well. So let me go through them.
Statement by the Audit Committee of the Secretary, Afram Plains District Assembly for the year 2020. Annual Statement by the Audit Committee of the Afro-Fuom District Assembly for the year 2020. Annual Statement by the Audit Committee of the Kwando Municipal Assembly for the year 2020. Annual Statement by the Audit Committee of the Commander Edina Eguafo Ebrim Municipal Assembly for the year 2020. Annual Statement by the Audit Committee of the Gan West Municipal Assembly for the year 2020. Annual Statement by the Audit Committee of the Busumi Freho District Assembly for the year 2020. Annual Statement by the Audit Committee of the Secretary, Central District Assembly for the year 2020. Annual Statement by the Audit Committee of the K2 South Municipal Assembly for the year 2020. Annual Statement by the Audit Committee of the Nabdam District Assembly for the year 2020. Annual Statement by the Audit Committee of the South Dai District Assembly for the year 2020. Annual Statement by the Audit Committee of the Bono Regional Coordinating Council for the year 2021.
The papers are duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Local Governance to consider and report. Item D are to be presented by the Minister for Education. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Speaker, I believe you're not grow tired of me, but to seek your indulgence once again to present these papers on behalf of the Minister for Education, and again to cluster them and do the presentation. Just once.
Yes.
Annual Statement by the Audit Committee of the CK Tedam University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Navrongo, for the year 2021. Annual Statement by the Audit Committee of the St. Vincent College of Education, Yendi, for the year 2021. Annual Statement by the Audit Committee of the Kumasi Technical University for the year 2020. Annual Statement by the Audit Committee of the University of Mines and Technology, Takwa, for the year 2020. Annual Statement by the Audit Committee of the Accra Technical University for the year 2020. Annual Statement by the Audit Committee of the Student Loan Trust Fund for the year 2020. Annual Statement by the Audit Committee of the Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training for the year 2020. Annual Statement by the Audit Committee of the Mount Mary College of Education, Tomanya, for the year 2021.
The report. You want to make a comment on them? Yes, please.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's in respect of item number DVII. I noticed that she read it correctly, but that's not how it's been captured. The Council for Technical and Vocational Education. So if we would correct it before it's referred. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The reports are duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Education to consider and report. Item E to be laid by the Minister for Transport. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, let me thank our modern day Honorable Kwachiado for the operation that he has effected. The Honorable Ukuyeta Blakwa is the modern day Kwachiado of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, to invite us to indulge me once again to do the presentation on behalf of the Minister responsible for transport.
Yes. I was just following how many ministries reports we've laid, and I'm counting 5 ministries. Mr. Speaker, not one minister is here to present his own report. Mr. Speaker, while we are going to allow the leader of the House to do this, it has to be on record that the ministers must take their responsibility seriously. They should be here to lay their own reports.
Very well. Yes, normally that you may lay it.
Mr. Speaker, well noted, but to remind the Deputy Minority Leader that I'm not doing this in my capacity as Majority Leader. I'm doing this in my capacity as Minister, on behalf of my colleague ministers. The distinction should be understood by my colleague. Mr. Speaker, I go on.
Budget performance report in respect of the Ministry of Transport for the period January to December 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Road Safety Authority for the year 2020.
The reports are duly presented. They refer to the Committee on Roads and Transport to consider and report. Item G, by the Minister for Energy.
Work program of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation for the year 2023.
The report is duly presented. It's referred to the Committee on Energy, Mines and Energy to consider and report. Yeah, okay. Which one? How are you?
GMPC. I in error jumped, so I'm going to railway development.
Mr. Speaker, this one is to, what I just did is F. So
I'm going back to F. I went to G without considering F.
Yes, so what I did was for F.
What I called was G. So I'm now going to call F. Yes, so G is referred to the Committee on Mines and Energy to consider a report. Now I'm coming back to F.
Budget performance report in respect of the Ministry of Railways Development for the period January to December 2022.
The paper is duly presented. It's referred to the Committee on Roads and Transport to consider and report. Item H is by the Chairman of the Committee. Yes, constitutional legal.
Speaker, with your leave, I will stand in the stead of my chairman, who is on an emergency, to lay the report on and for him.
Report of the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs on the Contract Amendment Bill 2023. Reports of the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs on the Whistleblower Amendment Bill 2023.
The reports are duly presented. They are for distribution to members. I think we have not done the debt fund work yet. Are we ready to do the motions? There are actually other papers to be presented in the other paper addendum. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, we're not taking aye because the committee of the whole hasn't met on this. We have indications that a few things are being sorted out and that most probably the House will deal with it on Wednesday. next week. Committee of the whole would engage on Wednesday next week. So that is in respect of item 6J. We can go to 6I, I should say. We can go to
I is
J.
the get fund ones. I'll go to J. Item 6J. The chairman of the committee.
Report of the Finance Committee on the modification to the use of proceeds for 2 selected road projects under the loan facility agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and African Export-Import Bank for an amount of up to $750 million United States dollars to finance capital and growth-related expenditures in the 2022 budget. That is A, $75 million allocated for the construction of the Ejisu-Konongo Road project to be reallocated for the construction of the Swami Interchange, and B, $98 million for the construction of the Enchikrom-Adosu Road project to be reallocated for the construction of the bypasses on the Accra-Kumasi Road N6.
The report is duly presented. It's for distribution to members. Order paper addendum. Item 1A on the addendum.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is in respect of the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. So.
That,
Mr. Speaker.
1A is by the Committee on Trade. No?
Committee on Trade.
Yes.
Committee on Trade.
That's addendum.
That's addendum.
Yes, please.
The first one. The first one. It's the first one. So, Speaker, the chair has stepped out to engage in some other equally important business. I think a member of the committee is here. Anabo and the appear could be, so he'll do the presentation. Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the Speaker referred this to the committee to determine the urgency of it. And I think that when we met, it was very clear. I had 2 former deputy ministers who had talked about that accreditation bill that has been in the system for a long time. And the reason it has delayed was because of funding. We were told that the World Bank has allocated $5.1 million on condition that we are able to get this bill passed by the end of the month. $5 million. $5 million. And that was the urgency of it. I will determine that indeed it should be taken.
Very well. So can you lay the report on behalf of the committee?
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to take the report.
Can you read it out, please?
Report of the Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism on the determination of the agency of the Ghana Accreditation Service Bill 2023.
The report is duly presented for distribution to members. Item B is by the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the bill was referred to the committee to determine the agency of it. Now that they have so determined and they brought the report to the House, the sequel to that is for them to then go and consider the main bill and report to us. And because of the urgency of it, we may have to work expeditiously.
Very well. Yes.
Speaker, if I may seek clarification, I know that normally when that report comes, it is taken before the committee proceeds to consider the bill.
Speaker, indeed, what we were asked to do was narrowly decide the urgency of it. and we have determined that that bill is urgent. And so, as you have directed, we will work assiduously on the bill.
For now, it's a report. It's gone to members, but the report has to be taken.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, what we have done now sits with Article 106 Clause 13. The determination is made by the committee, and what report that comes to us is by way of information. Plenary cannot say that, even though you have brought the report indicating to us that is an urgent matter, we decline. Plenary has no business in that. The determination is made by the committee, and then they come by way of information to inform this House about that. Plenary cannot rule against it.
Honourable Leader, nobody is declining. All we are saying is that so far we are at the presentation of papers. It's been presented. If somebody is going to speak to the report, this may be the time to speak to and inform us. Otherwise, it's only been presented. Where's the report? Somebody has to present it to the House. Yes. The information must be given to the House. Otherwise, it's only presentation of paper.
Speaker, you're right. You are right, but we don't have, the chairman himself is not here. Very clearly. And there should have been a brief report. But to say that we met on the referral yesterday, and after the detailed engagement, we concluded that indeed that bill must be taken on certificate of urgency. And I think that's the information I can provide as ranking of that committee.
Yes, sir.
Speaker, I agree that we are in a hurry to do that. But procedurally, that brief report of what you did yesterday, determining that yes, this must be taken under certificate of urgency, must be taken by the House. Yes, that's the by practice. That's what we do. No, leader. At least I've been here for some years. That's what we do. That's why, in fact, the Speaker's referral says they should do so within 2 days. So that determination is not by word of mouth. A report must be presented. Yes, but where is the report? Where is the report? A report must be taken.
Speaker, the report has been presented symbolically by the ranking member rising and bowing. Of course, you do know that they can only do so if sufficient copies have been made available at the clerk's office, the table office. So it's in recognition of it that he has done what he has done. Mr. Speaker, hitherto, what we have been doing is that when the referral is made and the committee is coming with their report, then they'll box it in that we determined that it was urgent, right? But that was wrong, because we must make the determination, and when the determination is made, the minister then, on account of it, then goes to gazette it. That's the import of it. You cannot wait until maybe, because of the volume of the bill, then they have to wait for maybe 1 week, and after the 1 week, then the gazetting is done. That is not how it should be done. Which is why the speaker, appreciating the point that we made, then said that from now onwards, it will be, if any bill comes and is of an urgent nature, as requested by the minister, it will be referred to the committee to make the determination, right? In sync with the provision as contained in Article 106(13). So that determination is made by the committee, which has been done. So now the House is seized of that fact that is of an urgent nature. I believe that.
How was the House seized with that? He only bowed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, because you bow because he acknowledges that sufficient copies of that report have been made and deposited at the.
That's fine. I agree with that. But unless we read, we don't know what they have said in the report. So that's the point I'm making about presenting the report for the House to adopt. Right now, he has only laid it, but he may have to speak to the report for the House to adopt it. Very well. Well, the public accounts. Is the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee here? Is anybody here to present the report? Is your report ready? Item J. I'll defer that. There's another addendum, and that is addendum 2, presentation of papers by the chairman of the committee. Is that a public accounts committee? He's not here. Yes, either.
Mr. Speaker, I know the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee to be a very diligent member of this House. He's very meticulous in what he does. I thought that if the reports were not ready, it would not cause them to be advertised, especially when he's not here and it's caused an addendum to be affected on the other paper. So I want to believe that the papers are ready. If the reports are ready, but if they are not ready, then maybe you can stand them down. But I want to believe that the Honorable James Adeji is a very diligent man. He will not cause them to do that. Of course, the table officers will also have to bear witness. If they have sufficient copies of it, then we can lay them on behalf. Any member will lay them on behalf of the committee.
Very well. In that case, shall I defer the presentation? Shall I defer the presentation of the papers on addendum 2? Or will you present them on behalf of the chair?
Speaker, with the leave of the House, I'm willing to do that. Because I know that the reports are ready. I'm a member of the Public Accounts Committee.
Very well. So item 2, I. Can you present them together?
Speaker, on behalf of the chairman of the committee, yes.
Report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the consolidated statement of the foreign exchange receipts and payments of the Bank of Ghana for the year ended 31st December 2020. Report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, ministries, departments, and other agencies for the year ended 31st December 2020. Report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, public boards, corporations, and other statutory institutions for the period ended 31st December 2020.
The reports are duly presented. They are for distribution to members. Very well. Yes. Which motion? Are you ready to take this report?
The report is what the report in dispute is what has been circulated. I'm just saying that that report is for the information of the House. We don't take any decision on it. It's for the information of the House. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, because tomorrow is we're not required to sit, I'm required to present the business statement for next week today. So if I could have some.
Let me look at this report. What is the conclusion? I'll read it out and then give the directive. So the report of the Select Committee on Trade and Industry. I'm reading the conclusion. The committee, having considered the timelines of the funding from the World Bank and the policy rationale, is of the view that the bill is important and accordingly recommends to the House to consider the Ghana Accreditation Service Bill 2023 and the Certificate of Agency pursuant to Article 106(13) of the 1992 Constitution and Order 119 of the Standing Orders. I subsequently direct that the committee is informed by the rules regarding the committee. The committee has informed the House, so I'm now directing them to go back and consider the bill in accordance with the particular constitutional order. Thank
you. Very small correction. The paragraph that you read, line 3, the bill is important. The bill is important, not it's important. That's a small correction.
Notice that. That's why I didn't read the wrong version. Very well. I am advised that the Speaker wanted the leadership of the Committee on Constitutional and Legal to join the Committee on Trade to consider this particular bill. So I so direct. Now you may present the business statement for next week. As for that report, there are errors in it. I read some of them. I overlooked the errors. So please, we are done. We have gone past that. Let's move on. It's okay. Let's move on.
We don't have a minister in Ghana known as the Minister responsible for Trade, Industry and Tourism. Yes, but it says that by the Honourable Minister responsible for Trade, Industry and Tourism. The introduction, 1.1.
I noticed all that, but I did not read that, so that the record did not capture.
So that our records will not capture it. Thank you, Mrs.
Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Speaker, the Business Committee met yesterday, Thursday, we met the Speaker, just to effect the correction, the Business Committee met today, Thursday, and arranged business of the House for the second weekend in Friday, 16th June. And the committee accordingly submits its report as follows. The Speaker, we may read any available communication to the House, and we have scheduled 4 ministers to come and respond to 38 questions. The Speaker, of the 38 questions, 35 are for normal presentation, and 3 are urgent questions. Mr. Speaker, you may admit statements in accordance with Order 72, and papers may be laid during the week, and reports from the committees may also be presented in the House. Motions may be debated and their consequential resolutions, if any, taken during the week. Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee again urges committees with referrals to expedite work on sale for the consideration of the House. And the Business Committee urges the Committees on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, Lands and Forestry, and Food, Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs to expedite work on the following bills for the consideration of the House as a matter of urgency. Speaker, we have the Intestate Succession Bill. It's been with the committee for quite some time now. Then we have the Wildlife Resources Management Bill 2022 and the Grains Development Authority Bill 2022. The Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 160 sub 2 and subject to Standing Order 53, the committee submits to this Honourable House the order in which the business of the House shall be taken during the ensuing week. The Speaker, the agenda have been set out, and we have various days when various matters are to be transacted in the House. That is beginning Tuesday, the 13th of June to Friday, the 16th of June, 2023. I would want the Hansard Department to consider the entirety of the report as having been read and capture same into the Hansard. Speaker, I so submit.
Yes, honourable members.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will be brief. Mr. Speaker, I note that the Honourable Minister for Finance has been programmed to answer questions in the ensuing week, specifically on Wednesday. On Tuesday, I did make an application which the majority leader said will be considered, which is a briefing on the IMF program. I would have thought that since the finance minister is available next week and is going to come to the House to answer questions, is it not possible to take full advantage of his presence and have him brief the House on the IMF program? I just want to find out if the Honourable Minister for Parliamentary Affairs and Majority Leader has considered that or will consider that, so that as they say in Ghana, kill two birds with one stone, and take full advantage of the minister's presence. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I note that there are a good number of the papers that we have taken today which still appear. So we may have to do some cleaning up. For example, on page 2, the budget performance for the Ministry of Railway Development, the GMPC work program, we have done all of that. Page 3 as well, the papers listed for Wednesday, Legal Aid Commission, the South District Assembly report, Ghana West Municipal, and quite a number of them have been taken. So I'm sure later on it can be amended so that if there are more papers outstanding, we can replace them with those papers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Abrakwa is assuming the role of Kwachiado, as I said, and Norbert Awule. The two rolled into one. And I thank him for bringing our attention back to the basics. I guess the table office will have to look at that. Speaker, on the issue of his request that the finance minister may be brought to the House to brief us about where we are with the IMF, it's a legitimate concern. I will do my best, but remind him that I can only act if the Speaker so directs. The Speaker did not direct, and so that request is in limbo. Mr. Speaker, I certainly have some engagement with the Finance Minister this evening, and if it works, and if he's able to do it, I think it will be helpful to us. So I will touch base with him and ferry the concerns of the House to him. If it's possible, then Wednesday will be a good day, because Thursday next week is Cabinet Day. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes.
Speaker, please to draw the House attention to the fact that the on addendum item number 1B, that report too is ready. So I want to pray the House that we take that one too as well. So we wouldn't have to come back.
Mr. Speaker, I guess when we got there, the resistance movement was from that side, that the chairman of the committee is not here. But now that the House has agreed, I guess he could do the presentation on behalf of the chairman of the committee.
Very well. Member of the committee, you may lay it on behalf of the committee.
Report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the Public Sector Accounts of Ghana, Consolidated Fund, General Government, for the year ended 31st December 2020.
The report is duly presented. Is for distribution to members. Honourable members, before I bring proceedings to a close, I'm advised to remind the House that members will take part in the National Tree Planting Exercise. Members are to collect their T-shirts from the officers of their respective whips, and there will be no plenary sitting tomorrow. Thank you very much. On that note, members, the House is adjourned. Voting, right? The House is adjourned till Tuesday, June 13th, 2023 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
Mommy, you can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sicker from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. With this send this download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, challenge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter, in Alpha Cracker, yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Ejuma bia ye ejuma. E wo said the awankasa obesomu a obesomu no na obehu say sika wo na se sika ni.
Ejuma na me ye no minim dia menya wo. Nte bia ne bokra na minim dia menya wo.
Bi baba say oba ba de odi ni ko school a. Dachi oba ware kwotena be ma bi fie. Nti nya de papa bia obe ya ma wo. Nti ni mama ni na wa fa ya ko school.
Ejuma we de me kan kwara o ye ejuma banka o nfa ho ntomo. Metuma ka se me de kube be 1000 pieces be ba. Metuma nya profit be 2000 won.
Obia me ni wa nkola me say ya me ho ade mpo na hye me kawa pon mu say me sumi wo nipa mu e wanwe me ho ade wanhye wanwe me hwe onye oba fufura na ni bire afo ho oba bi no wa sport to say no wa boni tell wa pagya no consume ko na me ka say ni kombe bu o.
This is the hustler story.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income, To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all. Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Again, Charlie, this is Rwanda, Kigali, the country of 1,000 hills. In today's vlog, we are going to be exploring the city of Kigali in a double-decker bus, and of course, you guys are coming along. I'm here at the tip of the city, and yeah, I can't wait for you all to see the city through my lens. Let's go, guys. The capital of Rwanda. It's roughly in the center of the country. The city has numerous hills and valleys. The city of Kigali is one of the 5 provinces of Rwanda. Kigali has been declared as the most beautiful city in Africa and the 3rd greenest city in the world. Every last Saturday of each month, the traffic is stopped for 3 hours to clean the city. Isn't this amazing?
market and let's have a feel of what Rwanda market looks like. So let's go.
Great. Thank you. Good now.
Yeah. Their market, and Anthrax is here with me. Say hi. So where are we now? What's the name of the market?
So we are now to Kimirongo Market.
Okay, is it a popular market here?
It's a popular market that where you can go and you get everything actually. So
okay.
It's a mix of a lot of things.
Okay.
So there are African fabrics, there are food, there are actually different things. That's whatever you need, you can find it in Kimirongo Market.
Okay,
yeah.
So since I'm here in Kigali, Rwanda, I have to get something from here at least. You know, anytime I visit a new country, I like to carry something like a souvenir or something. So we are going shopping, but then, and in as much as we are shopping, we are also taking a look of how the place looks like and what to expect when you are here in Kigali market. So he's taking me along, so let's go. Yeah.
Enter to specific things that you choose.
Interest, okay.
Yeah, of the interest. So I will be starting here. So the area.
So this is the food section.
Yeah, this is the food section. Arrange the veg together like that.
Did they complain when you film here?
No, when you come to the market like this, when you're tourists, really they don't complain. So they all want to welcome you. Come and buy things here. Come and buy things here.
Okay.
They are sweet potatoes.
Okay.
Yeah. So then they are grown from north, most of them.
Oh,
north,
okay.
Yeah. So next to the place where there are gorillas.
Oh right.
Yes.
That's where we are going soon. So I know you guys are super excited because I am very excited about visiting, seeing the gorillas. So we finally got to the section where we can see all the crafts. Oh, this is so beautiful.
So beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, even I like them.
Yeah. So please ask her how much is this? How much is this?
10,000.
10,000. This is for putting the food and everything on the table.
Oh no, this is for decoration to the wall.
Oh.
Yeah. So
I thought it's the thing that you put your food on.
Yeah. Just this one too. It's putting on the wall. Actually,
this is so beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see.
More things that you can. Yes.
So how much is this?
10.
I'm contemplating on getting something like this.
Like that.
And the good part is you can also hang it on the wall.
On the wall?
Because it has this.
You have that, yes.
So finally decided to get this for my wall deco. Yeah, it's close to something like this. And she says it's 10,000. But then I'm getting it for 8 after negotiation. So yeah. This is what I'm getting.
She's becoming a local at the market because she knows now how to negotiate to the market, to the local market, which is the best.
It's the best, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So they have other beautiful artifacts and we are going to be seeing others soon. So
she's saying add this for 10 if you need it, if you like it. This one.
This one too. She give it to me one. If she give me 2 of this, I'll take it.
2
yes.
of this?
Yes.
Okay.
And you have this one.
I wonder.
I think One of
Rwanda.
the gift for you. You my friend will be the t-shirt.
A t-shirt.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and maybe one of. So when you look at on this t-shirts,
Yeah, the
you will see
picture.
the picture and the shape of the mountain gorillas.
Okay.
Yeah, the mountain gorillas, they are living in the volcanoes. So when you see this is the highest volcano, so the guy who made this was trying really to figure out, to present about the volcanoes and the home of gorillas, that is where you can see trees and whatever. Where you can see this in Rwanda. That's why he's putting this.
Sister, I'm the next.
Yeah.
Forget me.
And they have to. So how much is this?
Choose after to choose. I give you good price.
I'm trying to figure out what I can get for my mom, my sisters, and my friends, and my partner. So yeah. They also have some beautiful earrings here. Since this is the home of gorillas, I'm going to get this for myself and a magnet. So yeah, this is it. They have bigger ones too, like this. How much is this?
15.
15. 15,000 rand. Rand, right?
Yes.
So when you see this gorilla,
Yeah.
it's a female.
It's a female because it has.
can hold the baby like this.
Yeah.
So when it's a male, it would have the silverback hair.
Like this one.
Like this one. This is a young male.
It's a young male.
It's a young male.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a young male. It's not really. It's a still juvenile.
Yeah, this is also beautiful.
I can show you.
No.
Better that book at different things here.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I have a different color.
They have others. Most of the things here at the artifact store are quite similar, but then I'm still contemplating whether to get this type of earring for my sisters. And how much is this earring?
Can you choose? After to choose, I give you good price.
This one?
Don't worry. Yeah, for first, can you choose? This.
How much is this one?
Now, wait a minute. And also, I have like these are table mats.
You said this is made of what?
Grasses.
Grass. Okay.
Even these are table mats.
Oh, okay. For
It's made
table.
of grasses and coasters. You see, it's a 6 pieces also.
So how much is this for the 6 pieces?
Even a coasters.
How much is this?
20 for 6 pieces and that one.
Including this one?
Even
The whole set?
Yes, all set.
Is it 20?
Yes.
They have local bags. How much is this bag?
This one?
Yeah.
$25.
25.
Yes. Even like this. Or like that model. See? Or like this model.
Okay. Yeah. Say cheers.
When you come to the market,
Yeah.
like here, everyone will call you, please come and buy here, come and buy here. And sometimes you will find
end
yourself,
up-
you
yeah.
end up all the money.
Yes, all the money is gone.
All the money is
But
gone.
then I'm really happy with the things that I got. It was close to almost 360 cedis, which is very okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
as gifts. So I'm super happy, and yeah, it's raining, and this is the fruit section. This is how it looks like from here. Are we in the rainy season?
Oh, now we are starting the rain season. This is the end of summer. This is
Okay.
the end of the dry season, and now we are starting the rain season.
Okay, so guys, I realized that they have this. We see it as plantain, but they eat it as banana. So this is
We have
banana.
this, banana. But we have also plantain. Look,
You have plantain. Oh, okay.
Plantain.
But if this is banana, then their banana is so big, because
So
our
big.
banana is small.
Oh, they're small.
Yeah.
So the Rwandan land is fertile. That's
Very
why.
fertile land.
And the people, they know how to grow them very well.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So you grow them here in Kigali or at the north?
Yeah, even all the provinces of Rwanda, so
Mhm.
they grow them. But the eastern province, that's where they grow more than the other areas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, just like Ghana. Even in Ghana, the eastern region is also the place that rains a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, does it rain a lot there?
The eastern Rwanda doesn't rain a lot like the north, but it's somehow hot. It's the savannah area.
So it's time to go back to the hotel.